Thunder Well, it's a super week here for a super league, that's for damn sure. 3 play days, back to back to back. But the big question that we pose is, will the super team have super struggles? We're back for play day 2, that's right, hot and heavy from the studio. We're keen to get back underway with some of the OS League action. But it's not just me, we welcome 2 incredible analysts on the desk here. We've got Vince here, and we're trying to figure out a name. We went through 2 different names. Let us know in Twitch chat. Number 1 was it Dev Mello or
Marshmarder, I think was the other one you came up with.
I like Marshmarder. I think it's got a better ring to it. Unfortunately, Dev decided to miss his train, his bus, his plane. He tripped over on his way to work. So we've got him. 1 for, I reckon, Dev Mello, and we'll get the Marshmarder in there for 2. But, Vinny, you joined me back on the desk here for Play Day 2. Last week, we can't go past talking about this. An awful start for so many teams.
Yeah, I mean, the week played out really weird, didn't it? It was like the teams that we thought were going to really stomp some sort of lower level teams, I think it was Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators, just couldn't get it done against these sort of teams that we had in the power rankings quite low. And then the teams, the games that we thought were going to be quite close ended up being stomps. So we saw Outlast versus Antic, which went very one-sided after the first half. And then obviously the Prodigy versus Odium game, which 7-0. I mean, you can't get any more one-sided than that.
You can't. You really can't. Well, let's go ahead and just very quickly have a look at the standings. While we bring the standings up, I do want to talk about something in particular, Vinny. We came into this stage saying that this looked the most competitive, and I think we said that mainly because there were organisations in and around the midst. But it has shown, kickstarting Play Day 1, that it is going to be competitive. There are not really going to be any free games.
Yeah, I mean, other than that Odium game, obviously.
You really had to do it.
Not to really rub too much salt in those wounds. But yeah, I mean, it was just only the first week, so it's kind of hard to gauge where everyone sits.
Yeah.
We had some ideas based on sort of the experience of players, and we can kind of go off that. But yeah, like you said, it is going to be very competitive. These players now have a bit of experience. Everything up until probably the 7th to 8th team have played sort of that T1 comp for a little while. So it's going to be interesting to see the way the rest of this stage plays out.
Certainly will, and I mean, no one predicted Prodigy and Outlast to finish on top place. Well, I guess you could have predicted maybe one of them being up there, but Outlast's game against Antic was probably, I mean, that was the biggest upset for me. I don't really look at any other game being as big of an upset as that. Antic, obviously, for those of you who are only just tuning in from last stage and have not watched Play Day 1, Antic Esports are now the former roster of Man LFO. And of course, there's been some changes across the board to pretty much every organisation. We did the whole skit last week, so we'll just wait for the teams to pop up before we actually start talking about them in depth. But really, that was such an abysmal start for a roster that we just had we had so much riding on them coming into stage 2, and it's kind of just, it's fallen by the wayside. But it also leaves a storyline now that like there are crumbs to be picked up. I know it's only Play Day 1. Who knows what's going to happen this week? But at the very least, there's a feeling that this is anyone's game now.
Yeah, and I mean, especially with Antic, like you said, Man LFO, we had them very high up in those power rankings to start with. We thought they were at least in the top 3, maybe the top 4. I think a few people had them a little bit lower, but yeah, I think it was just a horror start for them.
It was.
We had a few questions about the pickups that they had. They obviously brought in Jay Kenner and Lunchbox after having that sort of three-core roster that's been together for a long time, probably more than most of the other teams in the stage. So just sort of got to find that balance at the moment. I think that first week, they'll obviously want to write it off.
Yep.
Unfortunately, not a great start for them, but I think this is the perfect week for them to sort of get back on the horse. 3 games in a row. 3 good results.
Geez, you are meant to be a talent, aren't you? You can waffle, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and start talking about today's matches. The schedule, of course, will go with 4 games, best of ones, following each other. If you haven't watched any of the regions from Stage 1 or now, I don't know where you've been, under a rock potentially. But we'll talk about the Circular Spheres Antic game in a moment. I want to get your thoughts on the rest of these, Vinny, because I think tonight there should be a lot more room for improvement from GG, but also Chiefs. I feel like Chiefs' first game out, I might have expected it to be a little bit cleaner. They got it across the line, albeit quite close. But it's the 2 middle games where I think there should be relative ease.
Well, yeah, that's what we thought last week as well. And unfortunately, it didn't come out that way. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators up first against the Odium roster that had a pretty poor performance against Prodigy. And then Prodigy against Chiefs. So I actually think the third game is going to be the most interesting, just in terms of seeing where Prodigy actually is at. Obviously, they played very well against Odium last week. But coming into a game like Chiefs, where they're playing against someone with a lot more experience, I don't know if they're going to be allowed to use the shield play like they did last week. Odium left it up on the board and didn't really have any counters for that, so they really got stumped by that. And then obviously, last but not least, Supernova versus Outlast. 2 teams that we didn't really know where to put in terms of the power rankings at the start, but now they both seem to be very clearly those mid-table to even pushing towards top 4 teams.
Yep. Well, you know, it might further compound issues after today's playday, because the first matchup, which we'll start talking about now, Circular Spheres and Antic, this for me coming into this stage, at least, you know, in my mind, was probably 3rd v4. I think that was really the main conversation. But now, like you're saying, with Supernova and Outlast, it starts to change and completely, maybe even reshape how we look at the rest of this stage. Of course, the importance, these are best of ones, so it's very, very difficult to deep dive until we get to playoffs, but we'll try to do our best as we go through. Let's start talking about Circular Spheres, the roster that also have made quite a few roster changes coming into this. I mean, this roster looked completely different for me when I was watching them during their off-season tournament, the rivals. Neptune and Killerman, I don't know how I feel about the changes. Like, the funny thing is, we've got Circular Spheres, who were always shit posters, right? And we always had a bunch of players on that team that made us laugh. And then Man LFO was always like a bit more of the structured team that took it a bit more seriously. But it's almost shifted a little bit. I feel like Circular Spheres now are looking to take this stage quite seriously.
Yeah, and that first playday really showed it. I mean, they had such a great result against Chiefs. Obviously, they very easily could have won and went to OT. They ended up losing 8-6. But some really good performances from players like Saved. I think even Neptune and Physics had quite good games. They were both in the positive. But yeah, just something to highlight a little bit was that performance by Killerman. I think a bit later on we'll kind of go into that a bit more in depth. But he was just unable to really get himself involved in the game. I think he had 4 opening deaths in that first match, and all 4 of those opening deaths led to round wins for Chiefs. So I think it's going to be really important for them today for him to stay alive and to really have a massive impact on these rounds. Yeah,
there's an element to Circular Spheres that I feel is going to come together kind of like a puzzle over the course of this stage. You know, what we knew from them in the past is they'd pretty much rock up in the server and just cause absolute chaos. But I feel like last week we started to get a glimpse into what this roster could be. And I do hope that we start to see a bit more from them. As you mentioned, Save just, you know, an absolutely phenomenal performance throughout the first play day. Let's start talking about their opponents though. Antic. Where do we start with Antic? Because coming again, for those of you that haven't been a part of the first playdate, this is the old man LFO roster. The core 3 of Hunter, Chef Jeff, and Scars coming into this. Vinny, it feels as though the roster changes that have been made, the 2 players they've picked up, it's obviously changed the dynamic of the roster. But where did it go so wrong?
Yeah, I mean, last week it was abundantly obvious that their attacks were just not up to scratch on Skyscraper, specifically against a team like Outlast, who are so aggressive. And when you play against those teams like that, you really need a strong voice on those attacks. So just wanted to sort of mention Chef Jeff. I'm not sure if he is the IGL for this team, but I know that he takes on more of a leadership role within the team. They obviously weren't able to win any of their attacks against Outlast, so kind of calls into question how strong of a voice. Obviously, they brought in 2 new players, and being able to sort of get everything to gel early on can be tough. It is the first week, of course, and I'm sure he's just building into this season. But just unable to really get a grip on those attacks. And also, last week, a lot of those opening kills came in at the first 2 minutes of the round, which means that there's a lot of early gunfights. That can be quite tough when you're attacking and there's defenders in your face from the start. And they weren't able to convert either of those opening kills themselves on their attacks. So today, conversion is the name of the game.
Yeah, really big time. I mean, if you want to have a look at, kind of the entry stats here as well, even just maybe disregard what I'm talking about with Chef Jeff, but Killerman as well, a part of most of the entries. Unfortunately, not really coming out in the positive case, but I don't know. How much emphasis do you put on Killerman really every single round converting those opening kills?
Yeah, and it's not just on him. Like I said, he had 3 opening kills, and in those rounds, his team weren't able to convert the round anyway. So I think it's important for him to stay alive, because those 4 opening deaths led to losses for his team as well. So I think it's going to be massive for Killerman today. Stay on the ball, stay in the rounds, don't give your life away too easily. Yeah, and just to further compound, I mean, Killerman used to be on this roster. So look, it feels like many moons ago that he was, so it's not so much of the conversation of like a grudge match necessarily, but when Killerman was on Man Elephone, now Antic, I thought that was probably one of the best rosters we'd seen in Australia for 12 months. There was structure to it, they had firepower, they had a unique play style, and now it's kind of, it's devolved a little bit, in my opinion anyway, and maybe that's just a little bit harsh. I am a host after all, so I really shouldn't be giving my opinion, but we do go to Clubhouse for this one. In terms of the conversation, Vinny, I don't know what the stats are in terms of head-to-head, but I would imagine that this would probably be favouring Antic, in my mind, a little bit more so than what we would see for Circular Spheres. Yeah, we don't have Dev today for the in-depth statistics. We have his second best. But yeah, I think so too. I think any map, or any time that you go to a map like Clubhouse, obviously Bank was also second up. Both very structured maps that have a pretty fundamental way of playing it. And it usually comes out to be whichever team can play those fundamentals better end up coming out on top.
Yeah.
And I think Antic probably have a better grasp on that. But again, in saying that, Circular Spheres, their players have played for such a long time. And a map like Clubhouse, basically everyone knows how to play now. So at this point, when you have both teams that sort of understand the map fairly well, it might be something a little bit more creative that decides this match.
One thing I'm really curious to look at and trend with the viewers even is how this meta is changing in Australia, because I feel like previously there's not been a lot of structure to it. There's been a lot of chaos. I mean, you were a player in that chaos for such a long time. Do you feel like with the structure changes that have been made to organizations, not so much of like there being 1 or 2 really cursed rosters anymore, it kind of feels a bit more mellow. Do you feel like structure may become part of this region again?
Yeah, I think so. I think we're sort of trending back towards that sort of side of Siege, because I think for a long time it's definitely been more of a aggressive sort of gunfight heavy where util wasn't that important.
Yeah.
But we're sort of getting to the point now where defenses are sort of getting nerfed in a way. I think defensive operators aren't as strong as they used to be. And attackers are starting to realize that matches are won and lost on those attacks. So if you can get really good at those, you can have such a big impact.
I'm excited to see this region start to shape and maybe form out to be a competitive stage. But look, it's only play day 2. Who knows what to expect? I know what to expect. It's 2 of the happiest chaps I've ever met on the other side of this.
Well, speaking of happy, I'm not sure why that pillar is so disappointed, angry, upset, frowning. It looks like it's having a miserable time over on the couch. I don't know why. You've got 2 of the best in the business, so time to turn that frown upside down for the Mr. Pillow. Big game coming up, Antic, Circular Spheres, 2 teams that I think both could take home the win. Clubhouse, we go to kickstarting Playday 2 for Oceania. I think you've gone with Circular Spheres. I've actually gone with Antic, so we're split down the middle here.
Yeah, we go to Clubhouse again. Feels like we can't escape this map for this particular stage, and we're only a couple of weeks in. But yeah, excited to see what these 2 are able to bring to the table. I thought it was quite a difficult match to predict, and it looks like those on Twitter, or X, or whatever the hell you want to call it, seem to be in agreement. Antic, though, just with a very slight advantage. I don't know if the math was mathing there. 65-45 split. That's not mathing.
No.
But I would say like a 65-35. 60-40 Antic is kind of fair. 60-40 though, I think a little bit more reasonable. Again, really comes down to how these teams nail their fundamentals, as is always the case on Club.
Yeah, I think for both of these 2 teams as well, it's one of those kind of matchups where the win is possible. So that might add to the nerves. That might add to the expectations. Both teams come into this match thinking that they can walk away with the 3 points. We'll see whether or not it is going to be 3 points. Who knows? Honestly, when it comes to Clubhouse, and especially with two teams that are pretty evenly matched, I wouldn't be surprised if this goes all the way to overtime, for example. So Circular Spheres starting on the attack first up. Certainly a frag-heavy roster when you kind of look at the board. Japer, Neptune saved, Killerman, Physics. That team can certainly find kills with ease, especially on the entry. So for Antic defensively, yes, it is club. Yes, you're starting on defense, but you do need to be wary of Circular Spheres as they enter the building. Lunchbox, Jay Kenner, Hunter, Scars, and Chef Jeff for Antic here. And we get Circular Spheres, the ban, second one to come through. Capital banned out, pretty important when it does come to Clubhouse, can help facilitate in clearing out positions like Rafters in Garage. We know how strong the Montang and the Blitz have been. Blitz will make it through, Montang will not.
Yeah, the Monty not too unexpected. Shields continue to be prevalent, but with both of those attacking operators and the synergy they bring on that site now unavailable, expect CCTV and Cash to perhaps be a little bit more comfortable to defend, and Rafters players are certainly going to be able to excel a little bit more than they may otherwise be able to. Fenrir also taken out, despite his somewhat recent rework. Continues to be quite powerful in the right hands, and Kaid off the board as well. We do typically expect at least one form of wall denial to be banned out here on Club, and it's the Kaid this time around. Does mean the likes of the Bandits still up to trick walls if that is a strategy that Antic want to employ in this first half.
Yeah, I think that when we go and have a look at these two teams, again, we kind of talk about the fact that they're both pretty evenly matched, but I think one of the circuit breakers could very well be the attacking prowess for Circular Spheres. I'm kind of looking at this and thinking, if there's a way in which there's going to be that separation, does it come through CS finding these extra attacking rounds to offset the defensive-sided nature of Clubhouse? So immediately for me, I'm kind of all eyes on Circular Spheres. I think Antic, we know what they're like in terms of the ability to play a little closer to that more structured game style, especially on defense club. I'm not expecting them to do too much. Although, in saying that, we see actually the Kavera picked up immediately by Jay Kenner, coupled with the Echo. So clearly cooking something up here. He hides at the moment in towards Triple. I imagine it's just for the drone phase. Then he's just going to get up, move around. But something to actually consider as a bit of an offset here for Antic defensively to kickstart in the opening round. That cab, not something we typically see.
No, and probably something that Circular Spheres on the attack don't typically see either in scrims. It wouldn't be a popular pick, I wouldn't imagine. And they're not bringing any form of crowd control or flank watch. So the likes of Nomad, Dockerby, Lion, Jackal, none of them are going to see playtime here in the first round for the attack. And that is really going to bolster the ability for Jay Kenner to roam around offside. If he can dodge drones, more importantly, and find somewhere to bunker down, he could be a threat towards the late round. Currently situated over towards Kitchen. Now going for a run out, I believe. So detected. Oh, and he gets the interrogation off the rip.
And Kit as well on the floor. Physics dead. Interrogation and Kit spotted. And the last in chat immediately, Chef Physics as well. Cannot believe what's just happened. And it's the Habana. So you take out one of the hard breach, leaving only the Salmas and secondary hard breaches remaining in the round, of which is already seeing a couple used towards Jacuzzi to find entry towards top main. Killerman, though, does shut down the Kavera. Jay Kenner, I think, went for more, and he loses his life. The cap shut down, 4 versus 4. The kit will be picked back up for Circular Spheres. And while a bit of a dramatic start, I don't think it's going to have, an overlarge effect for the rest of the round.
Yeah, I was certainly concerned with Jay Kenner able to post up over towards Strip. Thought he'd have more of an impact towards the late round. It may have been unchecked, but a decently clean trade from Circular Spheres. And Physics now can flick drones for the remainder of the round, as the rest of the team can get to work, opening up these hatches. Look for vertical control with the Buck as well. Japer's got that skeleton key out. We do see some aggression, though, from the defense in response. Chef will push forward, box through Lounge.
It's a live drone with the Echo. I mean, the Yokai's just basically put Lunchbox through Lounge, but he doesn't find a kill despite a couple towards Bar. Oh, okay, 4v3. CS finding the pick. They've actually got some dirt pressure. Saved on the Finker. Adrenal Surge goes up, but so to the Kiba barrier. And Box gets the kill on to Saved. And in the end now, 3v3. 60 seconds to go in the round. Finally a bit of kitchen work coming through on the block of Japer. Certainly a dramatic start. Neptune watching from main, expecting the flank from above via Chef Jeff. And he too will lose his life. And suddenly, all to do now for Scars on the Valkyrie down below. Still has a single Nitro Cell. And a bit of help maybe from Lunchbox on the Azami as well towards blue.
Yeah, they have a Velcam over towards main stairs that Scars can look to play off here. Box still could provide some value as well, but low on HP. Scars activates, now peeks over towards short, doesn't die,
Got him.
and a 1 versus 1.
He did get the kill, headshot onto Neptune. But does he know that Japer's crossed? A little pop shot from Japer gives his position away, and a great shot from Scars. Right here, shot, heard, turned around, headshot, great reposition, playing around triple, and what a round from Scars, salvaging that one for Antic to win the opening round. We didn't rear hatches.
Oh, wow. Let the talks begin. Antic, of course, last week losing out to Outlast. Circular Spheres also losing their match to Chiefs. Both of these two searching for their first win. You don't want to start the season 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, quality banter from the lads in the chat. Good run out off the rip from Jay Kenner, able to get that early interrogation. We saw the drone play through Lounge as Antic looked to re-aggress. It wasn't particularly successful, and Chef was cut down on his flank attempt as well. But then Scar's critical role
shot
here. I didn't even see him land this shot. Oh! I just thought he was able to escape unscathed, but yeah, hits the fadeaway, and then the 1 versus 1.
Yeah.
Another clean shot.
The interesting thing there at the end as well, Japer had made the cross from bot main down the hallway, and Scars had no idea until Japer went for a pop shot through the doorway and a pre-fire. That then gave his position away. Scars turns around, easy headshot, in a good position to capitalize. So really well worked from Scars, great positioning. And it's the fact he got on the move as well, like pushing through Moto, got that kill. He doesn't find that kill bot main if he doesn't go searching for more. Understanding they're in a bit of a predicament. They're down a couple of players. They've lost out on the roam game up above. 3v2 in favor of CS. He knew he had to kind of play a little bit more aggressive. Lunchbox, while speaking of aggression over towards Secret, does he go for a potential jump out here? It is being watched, though, vigorously by Killer Man. Easy one for Killer. Lunchbox, I think, got completely baited in there by the repel of Japer, and had no whereabouts of the fact that Killerman was watching that window. That's just not needed. Got a Legion as well.
Looking to replicate.
We've had this conversation, guys.
Yeah, looking to replicate some of that early round aggression that we saw back in round number 1. But with the regen utility off the board, that is going to be quite a large hit for Antic. It's not necessarily going to direct counter the likes of a shield, but it's still some good pressure and information gathering tools that will now no longer be available. Ranged hard breach over towards Cash as Hunter aggresses through Con onto Neptune. That is the Thatcher off the board, but they still have Mav as backup.
It's like Clubhouse has been turned into a playground. Everyone's just running around.
This is like the most unconventional and aggressive club I've seen
Which
in
is
some
fine.
time.
We've seen
It's better than boring club.
We've seen enough conventional Clubhouse to tide us over as Killerman gets another one. Still 90 seconds in a 4v3. Only just now Jacuzzi getting worked on. Adrenal Surge was activated as well by Saved. And Scar's in a good position, but that Nitrocell now has been expended, and same with Hunters. So they've lost a bit of utility. Frag in, good reposition on the windowsill. Killerman goes for the re-peek, loses his life, and that evens things up now again defensively for Antic, who've done a decent job of just kind of holding on in these opening 2 rounds. While they're 1-0 up, they can make it 2-0 despite the aggression from Circular Spheres. It will be a great start to this match.
So they will commit to the Mav trick here. Upside down repel from Physics. Although it looks like he'll now rotate off. Scars with a lol in the chat. He was the mirror inside of bathroom, watching said wall be attempted. The 45 seconds is likely going to end in a vault through Jim here for the attack. So we'll see how Antic look to respond and deny.
Yeah, I don't know what they've done to cook that wall. Saved in a decent position. Still 2 Adrenal Surges, by the way. So could off. Set to use one early. Love this angle, though. But Scar's playing this pretty nicely. He knows Jacuzzi's locked. He knows they have to come from Con. They have to come from Jim. Logistics. He doesn't need to swing. He doesn't need to peek. He can play for the Jim window entry. Japer coming through Logistic now. 1 up main stairs. He loses his life. Suddenly down to 2 up now for both teams. Triple kill in the round for Hunter. He could actually be on for the ace. 7 seconds. But there's no kid in handguns. That is actually the primary objective, above all else, is to get the diffuser on the ground. It's not a quad for Scars, as Hunter was the one finding the kills. In the end, Hunter and co find the round, and that's the most important thing. That was a very strange attack from Circular Spheres in the end, as they did not have the diffuser.
Yeah, it got dropped over towards Logi as they attempted to push through. I think the sync there on the util dump to try and clear that position was a little bit off, and it made things awkward for the trade game. As we look back at the round, it was Box to fall first. Reaggression through Con. Jacuzzi Wall proving to be very challenging to open up, and that limited options for the attack late into the piece. They attempted to trade out Logi Diffuser, then dropped there by Japer. Not collected. Circular Spheres looking to try and go for kills, but Hunter over towards main stairs, able to play time. So it's back-to-back rounds for Antic and a good start, but Cash CCTV, the quote-unquote, I suppose, tertiary site now here on Club. But again, should be bolstered for the defense. No Capitao, no Monty, and so Box plays a key role on the Azami in holding down that part of the map.
Yeah, an impressive round from Hunter as well. He goes to 4 kills off the back of it. Scars was there, but playing a more defensive position, lockdown in towards bathroom, and while he didn't find any kills, he was certainly still a factor.
10 seconds to go.
2-0 start for Antic defensively, as Circular Spheres, I mentioned, coming into this game. Their attacking prowess certainly notable. They just haven't quite been able to take advantage of these opening picks, all of these early engagements. So, sure, first round, they did get caved, but they then eventually took the lead for themselves in the round and could not capitalize. And then the same as well, opening kill last round, couldn't capitalize. So 2 chances now squandered for Circular Spheres. Now they go to the tertiary site. Certainly was a chance there with the Boss G from Jay Kenner to maybe find an opening pick in towards Garage, but not to find it. Scars playing Rafters. Again, Capitao has been banned out, so does make this position a lot more easy to hold.
Oh, Claymore shot. Antic again trying to use these Yokai drones, as you can see, right-hand side of screen to aggress for information outside and potentially facilitate a run out. Although I don't think that opportunity will present itself, and that allows Physics now to try and commit to the Mav trick. Mirror window on the wall. Who's the best Mav tricker of them all? It's Physics. This time around. Bit better than last time.
Not the last round, though. Yeah, breach opened up. Jacuzzi pressure as well. I think this might end up being actually an avoidance of Garage altogether.
Yeah, it could be a con hit.
Don't have the Capitao to, so easily flush out Scars. Interesting that he's got a decent angle, actually, in towards Lounge. Jay Kenner roaming around. But you're right, I think Con side, along with the breach towards CCTV, along with this CCTV window position that Japer's got himself in. Scars now has actually given up Rafters. He's sensing there's no pressure on this side. Now they have dealt with the Claymores. He can swing out, and he goes for a full run, but at the time, I love the double pinch. At the very least, even though he loses his life, they communicate it and coordinate it. Jay Kenner does get the kill, so 1 for 1. And they deal with a player that was holding breach that would like to stay there until the end of the round.
Yeah, I don't mind that aggression. Pretty well calculated there by Antic. And Circular Spheres now having lost that player.
And Box just takes Rafters anyway on the Azami, so I think this actually is a mini win for Antic, despite the fact it's 4v4 with a minute to go.
Yeah, there's not a ton of pressure now from this attack. Con breach squandered, and no Salmas left now. So that really limits the play potential.
Look at where Chef Jeff can play. Now, because of the fact that you dealt with the play on the rappel watching breach, Chef Jeff now just sitting in sight, doesn't have the Nitro. He's got still his Azami and Lunchbox over towards Rafters. So, honestly, CS need to get someone back over to main breach.
Yeah, I think Physics will drop late, but he won't expect Chef to be here, unless they've got information, which I doubt they will.
Chef Jeff playing for that drop late in the round to then get a bit of a free kill, then eventually swing in towards Cash. This could be a huge power play position for Chef Jeff. Neptune losing his life. Now this is where Chef Jeff's got to hit this shot, and he does.
Yep.
He doesn't squander it. Now he can turn his attention to Cash. This round's over, surely, in a 4v2 with so little time remaining. Save does have the diffuser in hand, but there's just no entry in towards site. That's looking viable for Circular Spheres. No time, no chance. And a really well-worked defensive round from Antic. Yeah, I mean, they can't even really get a foothold in towards Cash. Round is done. Time will expire. Question mark from Chef Jeff. Yeah, you can't save in this game. 3-0 start for Antic, and certainly some question marks now for Circular Spheres.
Yeah, I really like that defense again from Antic. You can see the Echo continues to provide really good value. The information for both outside aggression, but then also late round in through Con, pretty much secure the ground. Look back at the midway point of said round. Really good double run out there from Antic, able to commit to the trade. Main breach then was weakened, that allowed Chef to play an off-meta position, get a free pick. He also hit a really good Nitro on that Con wall. And with no Salmas left, trying to get in towards Cash, it was a filter through one doorway, no opportunity for like a default plant position either. I think it's very, very challenging. So a good shutdown there defensively. Circular Spheres very much being tested here in the first half.
Yeah, certainly so. And for Scars, 2 rounds in a row where, he hasn't found any kills, and now he goes to 3-2 after a 3-0 start. But you think about the bathroom hold, second round gym bedroom, plays a pivotal part. He's not over-peaking. He's not doing anything too silly. Killerman, I was like the piece of cheese on a mousetrap, and you fell for it.
Well, Killerman has gotten the opening kill in the last 2 rounds.
I mean, I think that's always just going to be the rat trap. I like it. I mean, look, that was clearly the objective of that double pinch to clear out the player on the rappel. Someone's going to die there. If he's holding stock, if he's holding garage, that player's dead, but the other one's going to then get the kill in the trade. But fundamentally for Antic, I think they just played the map a little bit better defensively. Late round executions, they've been able to deny it, while also looking quite aggressive at times early on in these rounds. We saw the lunchbox jump out, we saw the cav pick as well. So it's not a case of like Antic just playing 5 on site and going ultra defense in their shell. They're making plays, they're doing things, they're actually moving around the map. It's actually been quite fun to watch what Antic have been able to do defensively here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, it has been quite a good game. I'm having a look here at the live stats we have available. Neptune currently has the second, or equal highest rather, EPS, and he's going 1-3. I don't know how he's managed that. But Killerman's had 2 entries and he's going 4-3. But
Well, it depends on how you actually attribute the scores to the EPS system, guys. If you could just let everyone know how that works, that'd be great.
yeah, moving on.
Or is it like the secret sauce of,
it is. It's like
of the kernel?
It's, it's the secret herbs and spices.
Yeah, no idea. All I do know, though, is you sometimes just have to look at this game quite bluntly, and it's 3-0 to Antic. They get to go back around now, basement, then eventually gym bedroom. I kind of said coming into this game, I think the circuit breaker could maybe be Circular Spheres finding an avenue on the attack. While they haven't looked awful, Antic have just done a decent job in sort of counteracting. Any time that CS have had an advantage, Antic have brought it back.
Well, I mean, they've been the 2 of the rounds were decently close. They came down to 1 versus 1s. One of those, I would say, was in favour of Circular Spheres. The other, clearly, for Antic, back on that gym defense. Last round, though, was certainly far more dominant from Antic, and it was on the site where they probably should have looked weakest. So Circular Spheres collect themselves now off the back of the tactical timeout.
Oh, I mean, I tell you what.
Oh, jeez.
The Lunchbox, as someone so young, he does take the risks. He puts himself into these positions and playing the Legion, playing the Azami, but playing first contact, I don't know. But hey, whatever works for you.
And it's on regen utility again, which is always scary to see, but he is able to escape this time, and so can bolster site with keeper barriers throughout the remaining portion of this particular round.
It's been pretty default, though, I think, from Circular Spheres, right? Like, to me, it seems like Antic are the one that are definitely, like, looking for contact fights, being aggressive, roaming around, playing some weird picks like Kavera. You know, and even the way they're set up here, I love this. Opened up middle of triple, and then the Nitrocell bot main. And CS just send a player down there with still over a minute remaining. That's an easy kill. Hunter lurking in towards dirt. This should be a second one. It is. CS just aren't offering enough here on the attack, guys. They look quite stationary, and Antic are laughing in chat the whole way through.
Yeah, it feels like things are going from bad to worse here for CS. Win conditions now few and far between for the remainder of this round. And for Antic, it's just about playing these key power positions and not overstaying their welcome and just line up, you know, tradable positions. It's going to be difficult to break these crossfires if you're the attack.
Yeah, and now the mental game becomes a factor. It's one thing to be losing, it's another thing to be essentially on the verge of a 4-0 deficit, and then meanwhile in the chat, the opposing team is essentially laughing at you the whole way around. At first it's funny, oh, Cav, okay. And now it's like, it's not funny anymore. They're absolutely shitting on us. It's 4 versus 1 in this 4th round. Like Cash and CCTV before it, here now Basement is again going to be incredibly one-sided. Love the peak main, but doesn't really matter. Physics on the verge of basically stat padding, and in the end, Jay Kenner gets the kill. So Antic, 4-0 start. We've already seen the timeout tactical taken for Circular Spheres. I don't know where it's going to come from now. They've still got 2 opportunities, though. The beauty of Clubhouse, the beauty of attacking at times in Siege, that 2-4 split might be enough a lot of the time. Still 2 opportunities, but they cannot make any errors now.
Yeah, no, totally agree. We're going to get a much better read here on the secondary site of Gym Bedroom. Basement is always difficult to attack into. And a couple of things just not really going their way in that particular round made it challenging to salvage.
I will say it's easy to shit talk in chat when you're playing club defense. But they're winning these rounds, you know?
I mean, I hope I hope the socials have these messages screenshot ready to go when they get flipped here. It's like a 2-4 half, and then they can't attack.
That's true.
It's not going to look good.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It becomes, you know, very critical these last 2 rounds. You find a way, adds the attack here for Circular Spheres. You get 2 up, then you start to get a bit of a roll on the defensive side of Clubhouse. It's very easy to then start talking back. Right now, we haven't really seen them play into the mind games, though, of the chat, which we love in the Oceania League. It's certainly a factor that we enjoy.
Wouldn't get it in EU.
No, you certainly would not.
That's why we are.
But you would get world-renowned analyst Jack Fresh Allen. You wouldn't get that in us. You can't get that.
And they've got Ian as host as well. That's an upgrade.
And they've even taken our bloody caster. James Devana's not in the studio today.
Yeah, I know.
Bloody hell.
You reckon he's even woken up yet?
Oh, probably
He's
not.
on EU time.
He's on EU time.
This is the pre-game league. This is what we're calling OS now. The pre-game league for EU. So you can come, chill out, have some fun.
Oh, Hunter, he went that a little too late, and he will, of course, have to fall off it.
I think he would have just missed it, so probably a good judgment call.
Yeah. Conwall opened up for Circular Spheres. Okay, a little mini win here in the mini game. Drone work over towards Bar from Saves. He can make his way up main if he so likes to. Well, I think Killerman just got a shock. The Boogeyman was staring down him in the hallway in towards Gym Window, and Killerman has just struggled immensely in this game.
I'm loving it. I'm here for it.
No, I'm all for it. What's Killerman's stats? I can't see in the UI right now.
Well, in rounds 2, 3, 4, he was involved in the entry. 2 positive, 1 negative.
Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that from our wonderful team. Okay, so he's 4-5. He has been involved. I'll take that one back.
He is the highest rated player on the team.
Yeah, he
now.
actually is. Wow, it really probably highlights maybe just how poor it's going for CS.
But he has lost back-to-back entries now in critical rounds. So
yeah. Oh, that Nitrocell. Japer just gets scraped by. Down to 79 HP. But this is going to be a 3rd round in a row where Circular Spheres are just lacking mobility around the map, lacking entry, can't find opening kills, can't really make a whole lot happen. 2 spotted, 1 top red, 1 cash. That's Lunchbox, that's Jay Kenner. Neptune outside of Jacuzzi, which has been opened up and saved, maybe trying to go for a hero play up main stairs.
I mean, he's got to try and unlock something, but
it's making a little noise. Position known.
Difficult cross to walk into.
Headshot angle. Trying to be found onto Scars. Scars not peeking, not just yet. 50 seconds. Good position. Certainly. Can push up in towards Logistic, maybe catch someone off guard, and there's the swing from Scars. Oh, the prone play from Chef Jeff shot down. The LMG solo push from Saved will net them 2, but eventually loses his life to Jay Kenner. 35 seconds remaining in this round, and a huge kill from Lunchbox, holding still top red with 30 seconds left on Gym Bedroom. The kit still needs to be brought into the site. Japer picks it up. Huge kill onto Jay Kenner. 20 seconds and the swing is successful onto Lunchbox. Now leaves Hunter in a 1v2, but he knows where they are. It's a con-side push.
15 seconds to go.
He's going to go for the swing. They might not be aware of the fact he's in Logistic. What are they looking at, guys? Can they not hear him running into Logistics? What are they doing?
I think this game might be over. That has to hurt for Circular. Double stacking Logi.
Oh, wow.
And no presence of mind for the push coming forward.
You know what's interesting? I was actually thinking with the time dwindling that might just have to go straight through Con in towards Bedroom because they had so little time, and said they go for the longer route in through Logistics. What a read from Hunter. We'll get to see it on the replay. 20 seconds, by the way, in a 2v1, and they double stack Logistic. One of them still watching in towards Con. Can you not hear him from there? He's in Logistics doorway. Look, the turnaround there. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I will say it may have been challenging to hear him.
Maybe. You are also like vaulting over. You've got your teammates' sound steps in front of you.
Yeah, 3 speed.
Benefit of the doubt,
yeah.
if we want to be fair, but I'm not going to. That was awful. Double stacking Logistics with 15 seconds left in a 2v1, and you're just both not playing off each other properly. And probably very much an embodiment of the game and the way that it has now played out for Circular Spheres. They look a little bit disjointed, especially when it comes to executing towards site. Sure, they're happy to almost play into the roam game that we're seeing facilitated by Antic. They're happy to play these contact fights elsewhere, off the site. But when it comes time to hit the site, they've just been so lackluster. I mean, the only reason why that round actually looked somewhat winnable for Circular Spheres is Save just kind of went nuts up main stairs, found a double pick in towards bedroom and logistics, and got traded, but he was the only reason why they got back into that round.
Taking it down. Get your ass ready.
Oh my god. Is it just on drone?
How has that happened? That's now 3 entry deaths for Killerman,
Well, I mean,
which
he
is
didn't-
very
To
uncharacteristic.
be fair, he didn't want the entry there. They did actually lose Scars, though, on the visual at the exact same time, mitigating that opening kill that we see from Chef Jeff.
Where's Chef going? He's going to go for a peek?
Oh, he's going to go for a jump out, maybe. Oh! Oh, my goodness, no way. Oh, Chef Jeff's cooking!
Did you see his reaction? Hands up. He's just gotten 2 of the freest kills of his career in this round, I think.
No. Circular Spheres can't even enter the building. At this point, I would be, look at the way that Saved is watching for a potential jump out coming out of bedroom. Why not at that point? Chef Jeff could be anywhere. He's the boogeyman.
But there's no incentive now for them to go for it. A good team just bunkers down, plays the 4 versus 3. Like, halfway point of the round, Circular Sphere's late round has been a struggle as well. You just bunker down here, and this should be a relatively easy round and a perfect half.
Don't count out Saved, though, and his ability to maybe get a couple of kills with that LMG on the Finker. Still a couple of adrenal searches. You've got both hard breaches available. It's only a 1-player deficit. Saved a lot to do, though, on his shoulders to find kills. Lounge is now dirty, though. Good footholds opened up by Antic. Default taken out. Rafters control. I think Antic are more than fine, though, to give up this position. He'll bury it to just block a little bit of vision. Yokai drone available through Hunter. Contact here. Saved. Pops the adrenal surge, but he's still losing some health. Down to 74 with a push through behind the bomb chassis. Still a lot of time. They don't need to rush this, but they want to get that defused down as soon as possible. Neptune, well, he had to get off it. The Nitrocell came ringing over the top of the server rack, and Chef Jeff finds himself 4 kills in the round as they close out the half in a 6-0 fashion. Laughing all the way to the bank here. If you're Antic, they have 6 match points here.
Yeah, that attacking half from Circular Spheres quite disappointing. They never doubt.
He was on a drone, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a weird spot to go on a drone.
I think that's just a 5-0 down brain
Yeah,
fade.
yeah.
You have those moments sometimes.
That, by the way, I'm pretty certain Japer was actually pre-checking this window. If
He was, yeah.
Yeah, so that's just a really good shot. He actually was shooting it. It's just, yeah.
Well, I mean, they brought almost the exact same composition every single round. They never directly counted the echo, the visual.
Even at the
I don't know.
end, if you're thinking about, you've got CC Breach, you've got Rafters. Well, what have they got? They've got Cash. They've got the ability to throw Nitrocells over.
They never brought the Deimos to deal
it's
with
default
the roamers.
positions. Like
They never brought even like an IQ maybe to try and hunt down the echo drones
Yeah.
or facilitating
Like
aggression.
Saved gets behind the bomb chassis, Neptune can go in, get the plant down, but then all it takes is just whoop, one Nitrocell, bang, and then they collapse in. You needed to do a little bit more. Still had some time. I think they just got a little bit suckered into like, hey, this is free. We can maybe plant, maybe catch them off guard, but 6-0 for Antic. It's been a little bit disappointing from Circular Spheres.
Attackers must locate and defend.
They go to defense now, though. This is where they can certainly redeem themselves, get a couple of rounds, make that scoreboard look a bit prettier, but
And look at this
Look at
composition.
the
This
composition.
composition to me actually screams 2024 Siege, right? You're bringing the Blitz, you're bringing the Deimos, you're bringing the IQ. All of that is going to counter the Valkyrie, which is on the
I
board.
do like the cap can.
Cap can, which should get spotted out. And Box can just aggress
Oh my
down
God.
blue, free kill.
What are you doing? Oh my goodness. This is an absolute shitfest for Circular Spheres. Chaper just caught with his hands in his pants there as the Valkyrie backing back towards blue. An easy entry for Lunchbox on the blitz. The pressure already palpable here in this match point round 5-4. Another opening kill for Antic, even on the attack.
Yeah, we'll see if Saved can maybe find something on the roam over towards top main. Neptune as well. Further down the staircase, looking to try and chip away at drones, but Chef's in
He's in
sight.
the sight. He's hit sight. Lunchbox a little bit vulnerable though, 26 HP, rushes forward, the flash is too good. Lights out for Physics, lights out for Circular Spheres, it's 7-0! GG's and lols in chat, smiles for Chef Jeff, he's just wondering, what are they doing the whole way through?
Circular Spheres, they came, they saw, they got shit on.
That's a harsh call, but I mean, it's 7-0. I think if there's any time that warrants it, it's probably that performance. Yeah, I'm scratching my head a little bit as to why I maybe picked CS heading into this match, but I think they truly deserved to go in as maybe even like slight underdogs, but they never played like it inside of the server. That first half attack, you know, you give them a concession attacking into club, but same composition, same errors, 6 rounds in a row, proved very costly, and Antic played some really good Siege and actually playing 2024 Siege.
That was a really apt response from Antic after their loss last week to Outlast. I think there were certainly question marks on this roster. They answered quite a lot of those questions. The questions now actually are posed over to World Circular Spheres if they can find a bounce back later in the week. For now, though, we'll bounce back over to the couch.
They came, they saw, they got shit on. This man is a modern-day Shakespeare. That's all I'm saying. You will not hear it anywhere else because he is one of a kind. And look, the performance was one of a kind as well. Vinny, I'm going to ask you a very simple question right now. Is this lacking from CS, or is this Antic just throwing absolute caution out into the wind and going, who the hell cares?
Definitely both. I think CS definitely didn't show up today. They got the attack first on Clubhouse, which is always the tougher sort of side to be playing if you're not really up to scratch. And I don't know, yeah, like Antic were just kind of doing some random things. We saw Jake playing the Cav, we saw him playing the Warden, we saw him playing a bunch of different things that didn't really fit into the style of the rounds, but I don't know, 7-0, you can't really fault anything they did today, can you?
No, you can't. One thing you referenced going into today's matches was a big talking point. Killerman's involvement in opening kills, opening deaths. Do you want to break down this stat? How do you want to do this?
I mean, it's kind of hard to even justify it when you lose every round because he wasn't the opening death in every single round. But yeah, I think he had 3 or 4 again today, and it just really puts his team on the back foot. It looks like his team can really snowball off his impact. So if he's getting the opening kills, then they can sort of work off that. If he's the opening death, then they seem to really struggle to have the firepower to bring themselves back into the round.
Yeah, so just to confirm as well on this talking point, we won't worry about last week's matches. We'll just talk about today's matches for Killerman. Unfortunately, this doesn't end well for him. He went 2 and 3 on entry, so 2 kills, 3 deaths. Not awful by any means. They lost every round that he was a part of any opening because they lost every round.
Yeah.
But the bigger statistic as well is that none of them were traded on the death department. And it just there's just so many conversations here where it feels like there's just an element right now missing for Circular Spheres. And all it's going to take is just maybe like a couple of little shifts in their gears. And I think it'll slowly start to come together. It's going to take a while. And if it takes too long, we might start to write them out. Bit of a cross through the name. But one name that keeps popping up here, there, and everywhere, I believe we're hearing from Jake Kenner. My God. Yeah, welcome, mate. Lovely. Just put your phone down if you can. Thanks. Appreciate that one. Jake,
Sorry.
I don't know where to start with this entire conversation. Obviously, former teammates, and you've come into this and absolutely obliterated Circular Spheres entirely. How does it? I don't know how to phrase this. How does it feel? It's a 7-0. It's an absolute bloody stomping.
It feels great to, dust them because now I don't have to hear any shit talk in my ear.
Yeah, nice. I guess I'll go. Obviously, the thing to talk about, I'm glad you're in the interview as well, the Cav pick round 1. Getting the massive impact and killing the Habana on a basement defense. Was that like a preemptive thing? Have you guys been VOD watching, or is that just the Jake Henner special nowadays?
I have to give full credit to Hunter for that one because he said 5 minutes before the game, first round, you should pick Cav and I'll echo drone you outside dirt and we'll set the pace. And I was like, yeah, sick. I'm a bit of a fucking pace setter. So sorry for the language. Really set the tone for the game.
You got another one, Vinny?
No, you go.
Look, I've got to... I expected Chef Jeff to be a part of this interview, so I was going to ask a question to him being on the roster for so long, but instead I'm going to pose it to you because this obviously, the conversation changes a little bit, Jake Henner. You and Lunchbox are probably the two biggest shit posters we have in this region. And prior to your addition onto this roster, we had probably expected that Antic would have been somewhat a bit more structural. What changes have you and Lunchbox brought to this roster?
Changes. I don't know. I don't really know because we fit into Hunter's system pretty well. So
Okay.
I wouldn't say we changed that much, but I don't know. I'm given the free will on the team, so I get to sort of wander off a bit. But I would say we haven't changed the system that much.
Yeah. I can kind of see that just with the operators alone. Cav, Vigil, Warden, Capcan. I think they've been given a bit of free roam there, mate. Anything from
You gotta
you?
have some diversity, man.
Oh boy, you bring it in bundles, don't you? Anything from you, Vinny?
I mean, after last week, obviously a pretty disappointing result against Outlast. What was sort of the message going into scrims this week on how to improve?
Don't be terrible. That was pretty much it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It was pretty poor performance, but you know, it's what it is.
Jake, you really know how to keep it simple, don't you? You know how to keep it simple. You know how to keep it sweet. We'll give you the floor as we always do. Try not to swear one more time. What would you like to say before we let you go?
I've been given a list of people I need to shout out, so
Okay.
I'll be 1 second.
Here we go.
Shout out Shannon, Michelle, Alyssa, Chelsea, Lisa, Nikki, Ellie,
Get him
Angus,
off!
Hamish,
Get
Timmy,
him off!
Shano,
Get him off!
Emma.
Get him off! Now, for those that know, you already know. Vinny, I'm speechless. If you know, you know, I guess.
I'm glad they got rid of him. I couldn't do it anymore. Yeah, I think he used up all the swear words in the swear word jar in one interview, so might need someone else from Antic next time they get a dub.
Oh, God. Stay unique, Jake Kenner. Stay unique. That's all I can say. Look, overall, I don't think this matchup really had a lot of legs in it. Past probably the third round, it really felt like it was starting to crumble, Vinny. And I mean, all the stat lines pretty much, it's shown in pretty much every category.
Yeah, I mean, look at this graphic. This is awesome, by the way. Well done, production. Yeah, they just, even from there, they've doubled the total kills, more than doubled the opening kills. I guess the only bright light for Circular Spheres there is they had more trades, but that happens when one team gets 32 kills. It's pretty easy to get trades every now and then. But yeah, just didn't have the ability to really work on those attacks. Antic seemed to bring something a little bit different. Obviously, you can sort of run into the trap playing Clubhouse that you're going to do the same attacks every round, and we saw a few double runouts. We saw obviously the Cav first round going for a run out on the Habana. I think probably a little lucky that he got into the Habana, and that sort of won the round from there, but after that was just a complete stomping by Antic.
Yeah, it doesn't matter where you look. Doesn't matter what category you look into, whether it's cost, whether it's KD, whether it's overall EPS. It was a phenomenal game from Antic Esports. And this is the performance that I expected last week. This is what I expected against a roster that really is quite fresh to the Tier 1 scene. But no, instead they come in and they prove their grit in a game against Circular Spheres, who had a very decent match last week. So this is very shocking, and I don't mean shocking in the way as, it's shocking. I mean, like, it's actually just quite stunning that this has happened. The fact that we have now finished Playday 2 and they've been 7-0'd, it doesn't add up to me.
Yeah, we had a lot of high hopes for Circular Spheres, I think, after last week, but I think this sort of cements that maybe last week's results, both for GG and Chiefs, was maybe a bit of a sign of the nerves and that those first game jitters with new orgs and things like that. So maybe Circular Spheres had probably an overperformance last week, and then this week, I mean, this is definitely an underperformance. I don't think they're a team that gets 7-0'd on the regular.
Yep.
And yeah, Antic just were able to really pick them apart on these defenses.
Look, underperformance is probably fair. I don't know if there's two ways about it. Unfortunately, for Circular Spheres, there's a big question mark that get left over their head. Antic now squash all thoughts of really any kind of horrid start to the stage. We now move on in Playday 2. Odium, they take on GG after this.
Attackers bomb defused. 5 seconds.
All right, welcome back. Interesting game from Circular Spheres. Unfortunately, they now it's just not a great look for them. You know, they get a point last week, which is quite fundamentally important. But being 7-0'd by Antic, it really does leave nothing but questions for us.
Yeah, like I was saying before the break, we had a pretty high hopes for Circular Spheres. That game against Chiefs, they looked fairly strong. Obviously, Nighthaven Labs is quite a structured map, and they were showing that they had a bit of that structure. So we thought Clubhouse might be sort of that middle sort of map where they could also bring that and also do a few different things and be creative. But yeah, just didn't have the attacks up to scratch today. No,
they did not hit the mark at all in really any of their rounds. There were a couple of close rounds, and look, that takes maybe a moment of brilliance from a player like Hunter in a 1v2 to make sure that it stays 7-0. But even on the grand scheme of it, there were just so many moments that felt very. There was just a downfall. There was a downfall in many big moments that we just hoped maybe we would see the same old Circular Spheres we saw in stages gone old, but they've still got plenty of time to right their wrongs. Let's start talking about a roster that came into this stage with a little bit of controversy. Gaming Gladiators had a roster change that saw Oda drop. That is right, Oda of 3-4 years. The OG of the XBliss roster was taken out as a sub, and Tuhan replaced him. Now, in their opening match, there were definitely more questions than answers on this roster. We were very worried at many points in that game, but Vinny, in the exact same breath, they did what every good championship team does, and they found a way when there was no way.
They find a way. That is the best way of putting it. Yeah, they just had those jitters. I don't know, that first map. We haven't seen this roster, even without Tuhan, even with Oda, played that poorly in a first opening game in a very long time. And we spoke to Sage after the match. He said, yeah, look, playing for a new org, obviously there's a lot of pressure on us right now, and I think we definitely felt that. So I think coming into this week, they're going to be revitalized. They've had more time to practice together, and 3 games in a row is the perfect opportunity for them to get some really good points on the board.
In a matter of a month, they went from hometown heroes to almost domestic villains, Vinny. Do you feel like that potentially is the storyline for this stage for them?
I think to begin with, yeah, I think a lot of people want to run with this story that they
it's just me in
they
particular.
killed, especially my co-host here. Yeah, they've killed Oda, he's gone, he's out, whatever. But yeah, I think with time, a lot of friendships will be remade, and then we'll be a happy region once more. But yeah, I wish them all the best in their new move. Tuhan was one of my ex-teammates. He was a great player in his own right, so I think they're going to do great.
Yeah, look, Tuhan's been around for a very long time, and I want to make it abundantly clear that if this roster was going to pick up really any player in the region, I think Tuhan was the only player that they could look at that had experience, had a bit of structure about him, and that could still solidify a spot on the roster without causing too many waves. So we'll continue to watch his progression throughout this stage. A roster, unfortunately, that doesn't have the greatest storyline. Odium gets 7-1 by what we were expecting the bottom 2 teams, right? So last week, just to clarify what I'm saying there, I didn't put it in a very good way. Prodigy and Odium went head-to-head. Now, everyone collectively thought that these 2 teams were going to be in the bottom 2 places in the league. And unfortunately for Odium, they got 7-1 by the only other team in that talk. So it's not great signs moving forward, but no, it's not. It's just not great signs moving forward because they're about to play Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, it's not great, and I don't know if that that result really pushes Prodigy outside of that bottom 2 for now.
No.
I'm not 100% sure yet. They might still be in that sort of that bracket, but yeah, like you said, getting 7-1 by the other team that we've sort of ranked in our power ranking is probably one of the weaker sides. Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of Prodigy either, and able to get a massive result on a team like this is pretty strong for them.
Yep.
Bad news for Odium, and especially against a game like Gaming Gladiators, who have so much experience. They have so much experience beating lower level teams as well. I think that's something they're really good at. So I think we're going to see probably a 7-1 or a 7-0 today again.
Yeah, I don't think that they get out of many rounds. And if they do, then it compounds issues maybe for the discussion we were having last week. Let's go to the map vetoes here. And fortunately, we don't have Dev Marta, but we've got... What are we calling him? Marsh Marta.
Marsh Marta.
But we have Marsh Marta joining us. Marsh Marta, what do you think about Bank? Whoa, Marsh Marta. You can't go saying that, bro. This is a family-friendly stream. I don't think you're allowed to say that about Gaming Gladiators. Bank is where we head, Vinny, for this one.
How am I supposed to talk after that?
I don't think you are.
Bank, yes, Bank. I'm kind of interested to see that Gaming Gladiators took Clubhouse off the board first. Obviously, that was a map that I think they can play very well against a team like Odium. Odium very rightly took Border off. Third to last. I'm surprised it stayed up that long considering the result last week. And we get Bank. Obviously, Bank, quite a structured map, but definitely has a lot to do on the attacks where there's a lot of roam clearing before you get to certain sites. I think clearing top floor for a bottom floor attack can be quite tough, especially against a sort of more aggressive team. And I think Odium will need to do something like that, really throw a spanner in the works today if they're going to win any of these defenses to start with.
I think, like looking at this holistically, with Odium starting on defense, you feel maybe gratified? Yeah. Look, you're going to have some rounds that are at the very least close. The big caveat to that is Bank is known as a map that realistically you can't just bunker on site the entire round. Maybe basement you can, or maybe the basement of old you could, but you're going to need to extend at some point. And for me, I'm really looking to Odium's playstyle on defense here to see how they change this up, because Gaming Gladiators is the most structured, the most experienced, and has the biggest names in this region. You go to a map like Bank, you are going to have to dig your heels into this conversation. Realistically, where do you see Odium finding points in this match?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I don't even think it's going to be on their defenses, if anything. I think this map is very attacker-sided if you allow the attackers to get the space and the control they need. And I think Gaming Gladiators are one of the best teams ever in our region to do that once they get these maps. They're very structured. Fisher Guy has everybody probably with a whip and whip and a chain doing their job. So I think it's going to be very strong for them, this map. Their attacks, I couldn't see Odium getting a defense unless they do something really different. I think we're going to see a lot of jump outs. We're going to see a lot of roaming. We're going to see a lot of aggressive defensive strats today.
Right after we kind of said that it's going to look competitive. Looks like we've got two knuckleheads ready, so let's get into this, shall we?
Some wonderful analysis from Vince here. It's why we got him in one of the best. It's a shame he never went overseas. But hey, an opportunity for every team. Maybe Odium could find a way through this GG roster, guys. It's not going to be an easy task for Gaming Gladiators. Sure, maybe shaking off the cobwebs last week, but I think this is the kind of game that they would be primed for, ready to just absolutely obliterate their opponent.
Yeah, I mean, I came into tonight under the expectation that this was going to be our most one-sided affair for the night. Well, we've already had a 7-0. Could we be in store for a 14-0? I don't quite know. I mean, it's certainly a possibility.
I don't think so.
It's possible. It's possible. Odium need to throw something different at GG here to stand a chance. I totally agree with Vin. Whether that be in the form of like aggression or some crazy compositions or something to that effect. If they go into this playing stock standard Bank defense, they're going to get slaughtered. So let's hope they've done a bit of prep and are ready to throw something new into the mix.
Yeah. I mean, right now, like, what even is the kind of goal from this match if you're Odium? Is it just one round at a time, see how many rounds you can get off them, even if it's like 2-3 rounds? Is that...
Well, I mean, they got one round last play day, so I'd say beating that. But the unfortunate thing is the benchmark set in that 1-7 loss was against a team that we are ranking to probably finish in the bottom 4. So it's really tough to make a case for them going into this game.
I feel like this is the kind of match. If we go to our Asia brethrens in Asia League, Bleed would dominate. Bleed would have like this ultra dominant focus and just demolish Odium like 7-0. Do Gaming Gladiators have that same mindset? Do they have that same approach when it comes to these matchups? Because it's very easy to get kind of lulled in. Look, they're smiling. Fisher's got a laugh. Sage has got a laugh. Like, they're all just kind of chilling, vibing. That's fine. That's not a bad approach. I'm not saying that's bad, but it's not the same mentality as like a Bleed who are ultra cutthroat. Like, they just want to beat you down and get out of the server as soon as possible. The Gaming Gladiators bring that same mindset into this match and instill that. Because it's easy to just, it's very easy to just like look at your opponent and be like, oh, okay, this should be a pretty chill game. Let's run around. Let's do some silly things. We'll end up winning like 7-3, 7-4, whatever. I want to see them just like try and play as strict as possible. They're attacking first up, so I mean, it's probably the best way, because if you go defense, it's very easy to, I think Vinny was talking on the couch, like things like runouts and things like that. I could probably see them be ultra aggressive on defense. That could then open up some holes for Odium to attack into, but yeah, I mean, I'm going to be very curious to see how this does play out for Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic that Vinny said that he likes Bank as a map because it was his team that actually beat this roster not in the too far distant past. And in that match, GG really did overcomplicate things to the extent that it left holes, especially defensively. But full focus now on attack and expecting them to be strong in this match. Basement up first from Odium, looking to bounce back after quite a disastrous opening to the league. Then they won the entry in one of the 8 rounds played in that particular match. It was a very one-sided affair over on Border. Very different style of map though, Bank, and perhaps it's a style that could actually favor this team.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
Yeah, I guess as well for Odium coming into this, no pressure, right? There's no expectation.
5 seconds remaining.
As is always the case in these kind of matchups where ultimately all the expectation is on Gaming Gladiators. And if Odium actually can start well, maybe get a couple of rounds on the board nice and early, suddenly all the pressure starts to mount on to GG for what would be, you know, quite an incredible loss if they ever were to lose this game against Odium. It would be some kind of loss, some kind of result. It's not something that I imagine will happen, but something always to kind of just keep in the back of the mind. If Odium can start well, who knows, could get to GG mentally. They bring the Deimos along with double hard breach, the Ash, the Twitch. Wettables on said Deimos. One to really keep an eye out. As for Odium, though, when you look at their lineup, stall out, delay, time management, the gas babes of the smoke, the Vulcan canisters, you got the Banshees, all 4 of them now being brought by Crying.
Yeah, they've got this open area set up with the mirror windows. Red hatch opens, so Crying will be pretty eager to fall back once he's able to collect a drone or 2, which he is able to achieve. And so that leaves now just Ray up on first for the only player outside of that basement portion of the map, but he too will fall off. So a 4 drone trade, not too bad really for either team.
No,
GG
stays hold though.
Yeah, GG not being as heavily contested offside as I perhaps would have expected, and again probably what we're going to need to see because GG are going to be so cutthroat in the late round. In a 5 versus 5, more often than not, you're sort of going to back them in, right? With the amount of synergy and experience that they have to close out.
Well, they got
round
the Twitch.
situations like
I mean,
that.
the Twitch has already blown up one of the Vulcan canisters. I don't even know where the other one is, but yeah. Just getting the work done because there's no pressure towards server, no pressure blue stairs. They'll eventually try and get Razor to throw some gas babes over. Wettables, though, loses his life to said Razor. Watching the hatch. I mean, the job of the smoke here is very much to delay the push when it does come through, but it's still a while until that happens. So watching the hatch nicely, it does lose his life there to 200, and that's a big loss. You lose that smoke. Vulcan canister already dealt with by the Twitch shock drone. So suddenly in terms of that delay potential for Odium on the defense when it comes to this default push for the attacking team in towards through server, no denial. Plant goes down, watching the hatch. It's all too easy for Gaming Gladiators as they work through the checklist nicely. And for Odium, they just got completely undone, backing in through red. Hale's got no idea in terms of his positioning. And Freelo also went alive. Boop.
Yeah, I like that from Razor, the first initial peek up through the hatch. That's good enough, and that's the kind of style of player that can catch off more experienced players, because I'm sure Wettables dies there and probably doesn't comment, but thinking in the back of his mind, like, why is he peeking that? Why is a smoke contesting the hatch? That's stupid. It was a good opportunistic play, but to then double down proved really, really costly. There's no denial in towards that plant position, no nitro cells nearby. Freelo was too far away. If he had his in pocket, and it freed up that pressure on the hatch to, you know, go back into the hands of the attack, and Duhan doing a really good job up above. So, again, even despite winning that first pick, GG still clinical in the late round and punishing what looks like the minor mistake in the smoke falling, but compounds into much larger issues for the defense.
Big thing for me, though, right, is they're going to double back down towards basement here for lockers and CCTV, but you know, think about the way that they lost that round. It had nothing to do with the fact that Razor got the pick through the hatch. It really didn't even have a whole lot to do with the fact that they gave up so much up above. Sure, there was a momentary hold towards open, but that was, you know, dropped down pretty quickly. They had no way to deal with the Twitch. The Twitch just caused havoc in towards site, and on a site where you typically set up with, you know, your Vulcan canisters, they had a Banshee there as well. All of it just got absolutely decimated by the shock train. So once that smoke gets killed, what do you have left to actually delay the plant from going down, which is the aim of the game when you're playing the way that Odium are defensively. They bring the Legion this time in place, and I don't know if that's really going to make much of a difference. I don't see how the Legion stops the Twitch from doing what it did in the last round. If anything, I also like the Grim choice here from Fisher, guys. It's just going to put added pressure for those sitting on site. They know Odium's going to sit site. They don't have to worry that much about the roam. Bring the secondary hard breach as well, so I think this might actually be a really good double down in the end for Gaming Gladiators, but depends on how much Odium stay up above in terms of this top floor hold. Freelo top main. Ray already falling off towards Elevator, which has been reinforced off. Deathmark here onto the Legion of Freelo, who was top floor, making his way down main. Open area for now. Oh no. Oh my god.
And that's not even the player deathmarked as well, so Freelo's still in open area.
No, but it's a player that's in the same vicinity, right? So it's all about understanding and communicating that. If I'm getting deathmarked, they know where I am. If they know where I am, they know where you are. Somewhat credit, though, to Odium, at least for offering a bit more on the first floor this time. But GG are always just going to... And this is where the Deimos is going to be doing its thing. Easy to hunt this down.
Yeah, we'll see if Ray can support Freelo here, who's still in open, but now drops down. That's good work, actually, here from Odium.
Yeah, good rotate.
Wedables does have a drone in lobby.
Oh, 200. Oh, no.
I know.
Yeah, never mind. The idea's good, but I think GG is just better.
I mean, you've always got to expect there to be a drone lobby. That's very default here on Bank. If you're playing something like a Vigil that can mitigate that, then sure. But yeah, I mean, that's the drone right there. Like, it's just a default drone.
If you're going to make that push, you also just have to probably do it a little bit quicker and more faster as well, so that even if there is that drone there, maybe you can catch it on the timing. It's not like someone's going to always hit that 24/7. You might be able to push past it.
Yeah, with all 5 up. Yeah.
Round over. A little bit different, obviously, from the opening round, which had more presence in towards the site. This time, more of a contest up above from Odium. The Deathmark here, just so oppressive now on Freelo. You literally understand now exactly where half the team is. You also know Hale's probably just playing deep, back of site, vault area.
GG might cook a back push here. Not feeling too confident in the red clear.
Flash drop, now in towards vault. Okay, spotted him. Oh, then he gets the double.
Okay.
So much time, though, still to navigate this situation for Gaming Gladiators. Hale, good spot. Kit, not picked up right now for GG. He has to hold. Tell you what, could he find a 4K? Well, there's a third. He gets the quad, but Tuhan eventually wins the round. Some wry smiles on the faces of Gaming Gladiators because they started to cook that for all intents and purposes, and not in a good way. Yeah, nicely done from Hale, but I do question the vault drop in the end. I don't know why you wouldn't just go default.
Oh, so Crone there was actually on drone ultimately, and then the second pick on drone, Deathmark forced Freelo back. So the information difference at the moment, pretty massive between these two teams. Great attempt from Hale. We see the rotation here from GG. I think there were still Vulcan canisters up on default, so they didn't feel too confident there. The red clear was difficult.
That is such a... They're so lucky, by the way, because just when you push through a doorway like that, in any bloody shooter, you're not offering the ability for that trade to be systematically clear. Yep. The first player pushes through, dies. If Hale is even remotely possible to just fall back a little bit and reposition, suddenly that second player coming through, yes, you know the guy's there, but he also knows that you're there. Becomes a just straight 1v1. Misplayed that quite poorly. I mean, even Sage, to be fair, should have got that trade immediately as soon as they dropped, but look, they get the round win. One of my favorite sayings is you can't criticize a win.
The only number that matters is the one up the top.
Exactly.
So.
10 seconds to go.
Well, Odium give up on basement now.
Yeah, and they bring the clash for round 3, so they're not afraid to throw a couple of ideas into the mix, and that is, again, their major win condition. Not necessarily match-winning condition, but round-winning condition is to throw these different strategies at GG and force them to be the ones to adapt on the fly.
Claymore's in place for any potential jump outs.
Claymore's buffed on this patch as well. First play date Osa's played on the new patch. The 0.2 second delay removed, and they're now instant, so something to keep in mind.
Not too sure if Odium's going to be going for any kind of jump outs. Hey, you never know. Observation blockers towards long desk. Couple of drone shot out. I like the Capital and the Grim combination, though, in terms of clearing out key positions over towards square for Brendo. Well, there's the swing. I don't know why Crane even has to swing that. Jiggle peeks out and then actually extends out. That's an easy kill for Brendo. They just start to hit sight in towards CEO now on the Capital as the Flames clear out this position towards Janitor. There is a player in long desk. The close angle, though, won by Hale. The second round in a row, able to do his own part here as the Quan Hive launcher has pinged him out, though, towards long desk. And Fisher Guy getting the plant down into CEO. Nitro cell thrown, but no one can detonate it if you're dead.
Yeah, Hale again, last man standing. Won his fight, but unfortunately the rest of the team dying to such a deadly entry combination that GG have to offer. Brenda in particular even performing very well overseas at international events, so coming into this one was always going to be a threat.
Well, it's all about information, isn't it, right? All about understanding where your opponent is, where they can't be, where they can be. So if you play the Capitan, the Grim, that gives you so much information. Incendiary over towards Janitor. You have the Hive launcher in towards long desk. We know where they are now. We know where they can't be. They're not sitting in sight. When you play CEO like that, you know, once you clear out and you get control of airlock like this, you know they're going to be playing long desk. They're over towards front desk, maybe back over towards like main in the hallway position. And for Gaming Gladiators, they can just play off that information so well. 9-0 start, by the way, for Tuhan. Very important individual performance. There's always going to be that added pressure coming in. You're replacing a guy like Oda. You've got to play well. You've got to gel with the team. And he needs to pay back the faith that the team had in him. And so far, he's been able to do that. Played well last week. He's also now playing extremely well here today. Not messing around. And that's as well one thing that for Gaming Gladiators they've done through the opening 3 rounds. They're not messing around. They're playing key, conventional siege, playing their operators well, clearing out positions, putting pressure onto Odium, who just can't deal with it. They can't deal with the death marks. They can't deal with the Hive launch. They can't deal with the Capital. They're certainly not countering the Twitch. Everything that GG's throwing at them, GG's getting their way. We go to open area and staff room now for the 4th round off the back of this tactical timeout from Odium.
Yeah, I have Tuhan listed here as, I don't know if it's including some of the numbers from this game yet.
It was 9-0 in this game.
I've got him listed as 8-9 heading into the night. There may be a bit of time. I still haven't got the 3rd round through, so see if that updates. But I mean, it certainly wasn't a particularly bad debut for him on the roster, but...
Well, the 3rd round was actually where he popped off and got like 4.
Yeah, which makes me think it might be a combination of first game and then the first couple of rounds here.
So, where to for Odium? In some ways, the opening round, they sat basement. Didn't work. Second round, they tried to... Oh my god, Crine is probably thinking he's actually got one. I've got one, boys! And then the headshot from Tuhan as Crine was shooting at the kneecaps. Tuhan was shooting at the head. And he is having an amazing day. Double digits now. Another opening kill goes the way of Gaming Gladiators. It's the Legion as well. So you don't have that regenerative utility. Oh, the lobby drone, as that one just sits pretty. Good information for Gaming Gladiators, who quite honestly now teaching Odium a lesson.
Note as well, the Nook in play. Again, another beneficiary of the new patch. And Bank is probably the best map for Nook, generally speaking, anyway.
It certainly was pre-patch.
He'll work in ATMs and lobby for the moment and can post up. Good position to potentially catch anybody off site. Anybody looking to maybe rotate around and hit a flank.
Always a good lurk down in towards Garage and to make your way up main if you want to. So much potential. Wettables, I think, is just having an absolute field day, though.
I think we might be getting 2 7-0s.
Well, my belief was the fact that, you know, you go on defense and you think about actually go back to that second round, guys, where kind of GG fluffed to push in towards basement and Hale actually came down to a 1v1. Those are the kind of rounds like I usually look at and say, okay, surely somewhere along the lines Odium can find a round win on the defense. Like, I think attacking at times can be very difficult because you have to manage so much inside of the server and against such an experienced team. I don't imagine we're going to see Odium get a lot of attacking rounds, but I thought maybe on defense they might be able to get 1 or 2. maybe 3 if they're super fortunate, but unfortunately they just haven't actually done enough in the middle portion of these rounds. I mean, outside of that second round, which was really a fluff, if anything, GG was a 4v1 and cooked up their entry down bot. So basement we go again, lockers and CCTV. They're going to mix it up though. They're actually going to change it up quite dramatically, and I love finally that they're going to bring this Solus maybe to try and deny the Twitch play. They got the Fenrir as well. I think they're going to play a little bit more aggressively. I like the mirror smoke combo down below, so Odeon will change it up. No Twitch though for Gaming Gladiators. Although at this point, you probably don't need it all that much anyway. With no Goyo, no real need, and they actually bring the Flores. For now.
Yeah, back to that 2 harm point, I'm fairly certain it was 8-9 at the conclusion of Play Day 1. And so 10-0 to bolster his stats here in the next following Play Day.
I think actually what's more impressive, the 10 kills or the 0 deaths?
Combination of both. And the fact that they've contained 3 players from Odium 4 rounds in to not a single kill. That's dominant. And that's what we wanted to see before this game, right? You mentioned if this was the likes of a Bleed in Asia going up against one of the lower rated teams, they go in and they are ruthless, and 9 times out of 10 will demolish their opposition. GG, I think, have had doubts casted over their ability in the past to be able to do that, and doing that so far here tonight with Tuhan in the squad as well, I think is very good to see from them.
Well, not done yet. Still 3 more rounds required for Gaming Gladiators. If not mine, somewhat displacing Fisher Guy temporarily. But certainly the ease in which GG have gone about the middle portion of these rounds has been concerning for Odium. It's one thing if you can put up a bit of a fight maybe later in the round, 20, 30 seconds to go, GG hits site and do so incredibly efficiently, and yeah, you squander, but in these middle portions, they're just not really contesting well enough, not finding picks, not able to roam around the map. Frag Grenade's going to push that player down blue stairs. That's Razor on the smoke, trying to play close contact, SMG-11 in hand. But as evident with this little push clear up towards the hallway, again, all going so wrong for Odium. Freelo droned out. They know he's in this hallway now, outside of stock, close by to Janitor. Wettables has already dropped. They're happy to just leave him there. They actually know they could just hit site 5-on-2 because they know Freelo's top floor.
Oh, they've just targeted him as well with the death mark. So Brendo can post up top square. Freelo's just laughing. He knows he's about to die.
Oh, well, there's one on either side of the hallway.
I mean, all you can do is laugh.
Brendo on one side. Wettables finds a second in the round, and Razor, who's playing his role. Smoke at blue stairs. He's done nothing wrong.
Fisher haven't lost control of blue yet.
Yep. He's wondering what's everyone else doing. What's going on, guys? And in the end, Brendo puts an end to that round as we are very close to putting an end to this game. It's 5-0 for Gaming Gladiators, and they are toying with their opposition.
This is normally where you would come in with a fun fact of the last time we saw back-to-back 7-0s and O's. I don't know if we actually ever have seen back-to-back 7-0s and O's ever. It does not spring to mind. I know we've had more than one 7-0 across a regular stage, but certainly, even in the same night, I think would be a stretch. Never mind back-to-back.
Yeah.
But certainly, the first game of the night, it came as much more of a surprise with Circular Spheres failing to show up. This game, though, is, I think, far more likely to be a very dominant one-sided match. Outside of Hale, only 1 kill for the other 4 players. That's crazy. That is an incredible statistic. Welcome to Tier 1 Siege, lads. I mean, honestly, it's a really good welcome to Tier 1 Siege. I think that's actually a really good way to put it. I really want to emphasize to the audience that maybe are only just kind of tuning in and wondering, like, I mean, this is the second game in a row. That's a 7-0 OS League, ha ha ha. But it's like, this is as large of a discrepancy as you're going to find at the Pro League level. Like, again, this is what we were talking about, I think, last Playday. This is the difference between the top 0.1% of players and the top 0.01. Like, it doesn't sound like it's a major gap, but with GG having so much international experience, I've been together outside of Tuhan for ages now. Top 8 at an SI, and you've got now Odium playing their first season of Pro League, players of which we've never seen at this level before. Even if you verse this Odium 5-stack in ranked, you'd probably get shit on. Like, absolutely. I know it's difficult to conceptualize when you're seeing them lose like this, but it's just the reality. Yeah.
And most importantly as well for Odium, right, they need this kind of lesson. They need to be able to, and also for a lot of the players on this GG roster, I remember when they all came in. And they all came in on shit teams and got absolutely, pumped by the old Chiefs rosters, the old Knights rosters, the old Wildcard rosters, all of those kind of top
Failed
teams.
to make Apex out.
Failed to make Apex out twice, mind you, twice. So they've been there, they've been in this position before. For Odium, this is now just their time to learn, go back, watch the VODs and think, okay, well, they're playing this like this. When we're over here, we need to do this. This is what a good team does. This is what the bad teams do. And they will learn from this experience. And that's really what this stage is for a team like Odium. Oh, what a turnaround from Brendo onto Hale. Well, Crying picks up a kill. Not going to change much for this round. Not going to change much for this particular match. Frelo also getting on the board now with that one on to Brendo. And Crying...
You go for a jump out CEO or something?
I think he's just trying to run away. Oh! Sage gets absolutely put in the bin.
That might be the play of the match.
I'll tell you what, go for it, son. Straight up main. See what you can do. Through beepers, swing around. You're going to need to find 2 kills onto Edibles and Fisher Guy. 20 seconds. Don't know about that one. The impact's not going to do anything. And there's one above, though, in the hatch in towards Stock. That's going to be Edibles, who has prime position. Fisher Guy's actually out towards Stock as well. Neither of them are on site. Grind's like, where are they? Oh, there's nothing he can do. Game's lost.
You can stat pad. Oh, he doesn't even get the kill confirmed, though.
So for the second time today, it's a 6-0 half. 7-0 in match 1. Went the way of Antic over Circular Spheres. And Game of Gladiators now 1 round away from emulating that. Hale has to be getting that kill. Crying actually did go for quite a run outside. This is a lovely shot, at least onto Sage.
I didn't see if GG actually had a drone there, but I don't know. Oh no, obviously the run out. Yeah, Sage was just timing the wallbang. I kind of forgot that he went for an excursion through dirt. I was like, how is Sage just randomly wallbanging that? Yeah. But no, obviously makes sense.
We've got a technical pause here actually, which is quite intriguing because I feel like if you just give them another, what's that, 2.5 minutes, 3 minutes, we might not even need a. I
think Razor just needed to go toilet. Like, could you not have waited 3
minutes?
minutes?
Could you not just wait 3 minutes and the game's over? So apparently it is Gaming Gladiators, though.
Maybe that's the reason why.
It's Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, it is GG.
Yeah.
Just got to recompose here. Maybe they're feeling less confident.
Surely they
on attack.
They could just play
on defense, sorry.
4v5 for the next round. I'm noticing you're wearing your 6 Invitational Sao Paulo shirt.
Yeah, I was there.
You did go there?
Yeah. You still got yours?
I do actually.
Does it fit you?
It does. I don't know why you'd say that, but anyway, it's only been a couple of months. Oh my god. Bit rude. Do you think that sleeve, the compression sleeve, helps wearables?
I actually used to be a sleeve enjoyer, especially during summer.
Okay.
Here in Australia, it can get quite like sticky. Muggy, humid, and your arm can stick sort of on your desk. It's a bit yuck.
Okay. It helps with that?
It also, yeah, in my opinion, it does. It is also the middle of winter, though, so I don't know how that would be an issue now, but
yeah,
probably just a comfort thing. And I'm a big believer of, if this is the kind of stuff you're going to do, like a lane environment or overseas or whatever, do it in your regular games, please. It's like that whole in-ear debacle we had with Oda back in the day. It's like,
no, I don't want to win it.
Play officials, hey.
Oh, they're so uncomfortable.
And then they got slammed at their first lane. It's like, yeah, because he didn't practice properly. But
yeah, any way that you can kind of set up your environment that's going to be emulated at a LAN environment as easily as possible. I was actually watching.
Did you see?
I was watching a video of Donk. Of all people, actually.
Really?
And it was very intriguing because, like, you think of, like, these pro players, it's got to be so specific.
Oh, I watched that as well.
Yeah,
he's like, he just didn't care.
He's just like, my mouse pad goes here, monitor goes here. Maybe he's like, oh, the keyboard or whatever has to touch this portion of the mouse pad, and then that's it. And I think it was like Sponge was like, really? Like, that's it? Like, you're just so nonchalant, like, for one of the top fraggers. But
did you see the? I think it was Complexity that in their training center they have the ability to simulate a crowd environment with noise and lights and all kinds of stuff.
I like that. I like that.
A little bit different to playing in your bedroom like a lot of
that's true.
These players do.
And we've been able to have the privilege very recently of playing on a stage environment and how different it is with the.
There was no crowd though. It was just a tech rehearsal.
It was just a tech rehearsal. We were helping out, but like when you're on the stage and it's so vast and open and it's so easy to just look up. And
it's a bit difficult to. It's tricky to lock in.
Yeah, it really is, especially when you're at home. Look at Tuhan. He is in the darkness. Playing very well, though. Tech pause over, fortunately, as we can head into the final round of this game, and it'll be a second 7-0, unless I've gone and jinxed it.
How do you think Tuhan, I don't want to jinx them qualifying for the major, but I mean, they are clearly going to be the favourites. How do you think he would go in Montreal?
I actually think he'd be fine because he's with 4 other players and also a coach who's been there, done that. So you think back to, was it Copenhagen was at the time Bliss, their first like overseas venture. For them as a team, it was this whole new environment. So everyone was like navigating it together.
Do you remember, I'm pretty sure it was our first cast as well, the W7M matchup on Cafe, and they got slammed?
Yeah.
Little did we know W7M when they're going to go on to be the best team in the world.
Exactly. But no, I think for Tuhan, I think you'd be able to just lean on that experience. You know everyone else around you is comfortable, been here, done that. They're going to be chilling, they're locked in. And I think you can then just like vibe with that. Feed off that. Yeah, absolutely. So I think he'd be fine. He's also been around such a long time now that it feels almost like a given at some point that he was going to
make a LAN,
make it go
as
overseas.
they say.
Yeah. So and he's playing well. It's all about the preparation and the lead up as well. So this stage is super important for him. Glad he's playing well in this game, and the Gaming Gladiators now just looking to lock this one out 7-0 for what could be historical. Again, I don't really have the time to go and look up. Back-to-back 7-0s.
No community notes, so that must be true.
If we say it is, it's true.
Yep.
I would like Odium to also get around. I feel bad in some ways, but it's also polar opposites in terms of expectations on the stage for both of these two teams. For Odium, it's a matter of learning, taking the lessons, improving.
I'm not watching this game and going, wow, Odium are playing really poorly.
No, I'm watching this saying GG just absolutely way better, and that's the way that we should hope it goes. I'd be very concerned if our region's top team loses to
Did you see
the new boys.
Ray's reaction when he died to the Nitro there? Hopefully we get a replay of that. He was devastated.
It does suck to suck, though.
Oh, it wouldn't be a nice feeling. No.
It's not a nice feeling.
You don't go into this expecting to win, but you certainly never go into a match expecting a 7-0 loss.
Yeah, and then but the good thing for Odium is it sucks to suck, but you're also losing to the best team in the region. So that does help alleviate any potential concerns. It's not like you're getting beaten up by, Prodigy or
well, it wasn't like their last play day, which was also...
Yeah, that sucks even more.
Yeah.
Ball back here, Deathmark, a little bit annoying for Brendo. Doesn't need to overplay that position. Tuhan on 3 HP. It'll be just fall back to site now. It's all locked and loaded for GG to close this one out. 5 players to 3. They can fall back, play basement. Force Cry and Freeload Hail to eventually hit site.
Yeah, they should still have a full belt of Denial Util information from Wet as well.
Double drop straight away. Actually, triple drop. Sorry, I'll take that one back. My mistake. Tuhan does get the kill. They'll know they're all just stuck in Vault as the flames burn around them. Same with the cash blowing. All too easy for Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, in the end, locked in. A very strong performance, and honestly very happy to see from them. Posed the question coming into the game, if they have that ruthless edge. There's your answer, Guz. They do.
Yeah. They quite literally did not put a single foot wrong at all during this match, really. Not any major mistakes that at least spring to mind sitting here right now in the post-match. 7-0 victory across the line. That's, 14-0 for the night now. And maybe OS actually is a Farmers League.
Don't say that, Guz. Come on, seriously. Don't need to give those kind of misconceptions for this league. I think that's just a really good showing from the top team in the region versus, well, arguably maybe the bottom team in the region. It's going to happen from region to region. That discrepancy quite large. A lot of learnings, though, for Odium to take away from that matchup for GG. They get all 3 points. For us, we get to see what Rob has to think on the couch.
I think we're renaming this league to the Flip Flop League because every time we happen to come to a new play day, there's a new storyline about it's getting more competitive. No, there's just a massive divide between top and bottom. Today really did just show the evident difference between the best team that we have in Australia and, the teams that are starting to make their way through.
Yeah, and I think it's probably a little unfair on Odium. They second play day, they're playing against probably the best squad that we've maybe ever had in our region. Obviously, they went through a bit of a change recently, but Odium don't have that much experience at this level, and it really did show today.
It's like just going back on some of these rounds that we saw. I mean, very early on. Maybe I'll just let you talk.
I'll keep talking to.
No, I think like when you look back at the rounds, there are obvious, like we had a very quick discussion because this game's gone so quickly.
Yeah.
in the earlier rounds, it was really evident that Odeon was struggling to hold Gaming Gladiators back. Then it just felt like they were getting overwhelmed on site. Then it just felt like there was not enough, there's not enough oomph behind this. But when it comes to, I mean, probably moving that aside, what Xenox and Guz said toward the end of their segment there is probably more the truth of anything, which is they just didn't step a foot wrong.
Yeah, and we sort of spoke about it before the game. They had attack first. I'm a firm believer that Bank is an attacker-sided map if you give them the space that they need, which is something I said earlier. And yeah, that's exactly what Odium sort of did. They don't really have that experience or that know-how on how to really counteract a team like Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, it definitely showed today. They weren't able to really affect them on the roam. Towards the end of that defensive half, it looked like they were trying to sort of do something a bit different and play a bit more aggressive, but Gaming Gladiators are so well drilled in that kind of thing, and they really just kind of took apart those defenses pretty quickly.
They did, and unfortunately that just makes life a little bit more difficult for Odium, but it starts to show good signs for Gaming Gladiators. Another good sign is having Wettables on the interview. Let's welcome him in for the first time this stage. You're shaking your head. What? We've already said it? Oh, here comes the big boss. You're going to have the big boss in the interview as well.
Nah, both years I'm not speaking it. No, I'm not.
Nah. Okay, so obviously we'll talk about the elephant in the room.
Hello?
Are we ready to make a statement yet? Are we allowed to make a statement
Next
yet?
question.
Okay,
Next question.
On top of that, I won't do that. But on top of that, you guys have to give me Titan tomorrow so we can talk to him. Is that fair?
Mate, I don't know who's going to be the interview, mate. It depends, but I'm telling you, they're going to get the same answer. Next question.
That's okay, but I want Titan in the interview tomorrow so we can hear it from the coach's mouth.
All right, whatever. I'll try to sort that shit out. Don't worry about it.
sort that shit out for me, boy. Now, moving on to, like, obviously the start and the difference that there is now. Today just looked, it just looked like Gaming Gladiators. It looked like what we expect pretty much any game in this domestic region to look like. How did it feel on the server?
Well, Tui showed this game why he's here, you know what I mean? Tui's sharp, and, you know, if you think that Tui isn't good, then I don't know what planet you live on, but Tui showed his worth, and, yeah, kind of just farmed, I guess, and it just made the rest of the team kind of play their role, play the speed that we like, and yeah, 7-0 game.
Xenox, would you like to go?
No, I'll let Vinny go first.
Okay, Vinny.
This guy, international events, doesn't have any questions lined up.
Oh, no, I've got a question.
Okay, I'll give it to
you. Go, Vinny.
Yeah, so last week, obviously, pretty disappointing result. It looked like the main problem was converting rounds where you guys had the advantage. Was that the main sort of thing you guys spoke about before this game, or was it sort of more about just getting the job done this week?
To be honest, last week we tried to finish rounds too quick, you know what I mean? And it's just like we just put it on ourselves as individuals. Like I'll even drop a round. The one round where Pinku 1v5'd us, Tui died, and then I was like, I'm gonna go kill him. Then I died, and then it's like he just started hitting shots. So it's like trying to finish the rounds quicker than they needed to be finished, you know? And it's like those rounds, like if they get out of hand, then as you've seen, we throw. So yeah, it was mainly just, you know, taking a breath, you know, don't need to finish rounds as, you know, that quick, you know, just they'll finish, you know what I mean? They'll end it at a normal pace, so just don't worry about the kills, don't worry about all that. You know? That was basically it. Just go to this game all on the same page, and it's pretty easy.
Hello, Wet.
Yeah, mate, what's up?
What's with the hostility?
Oh, because I just know the questions that are coming, you know, that's all.
You don't know the questions that are coming, mate. You know that...
then hit me.
You know I'm not even going to bother asking you about why you guys dropped Ode. I'm not even going to ask that question. I don't even think it's worthy of asking. What I am going to ask, though, is what's with the compression sleeve?
This? I don't know, I played, you know, I was playing a bit... No, I was playing a bit bad, so I always had it, so I was like, screw it, I'll chuck it on.
Put it back on? Yeah.
Yeah, I just played a bit better in script, so I don't know if it's this thing or, like, I don't know what happened, but yeah, this thing played a bit better, so it's back.
No, mate, real question, obviously, Tuhan, I think, has slotted in very nicely. We know he's a quality player, and he's had a lot of history in this league. I think it's just more about time that we've been able to see him on a top team, rather than maybe on some of the average teams where he's just, like, individually good.
Where he gets farmed by me? Yeah.
Sorry, Vinny. Poor Vinny. But what do you think has made him slot in so well? Is it just his own, you know, fragging ability, or like outside of the server, what does he contribute to the team that makes him slot into the team so well?
Well, me, Tuhan, and Brendo were on a team together way back when in Grand
but you guys sucked, so it didn't matter.
No, hey, that's what I'm saying. Right pieces, wrong time. That's all that was. You know what I mean? right pieces, wrong time. So now, we've all went our separate ways. We all got different experiences. We all got to come back together. Fisher's there, the brains, he's the one that makes people better. So they took Brendo first, made Brendo what he is, then took me, they made me a bit better. Now it's Tilly's turn, you know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's good. I'm happy for you guys. I think that this was also a game I looked at as well, and I said on the cast, whether you go back and watch it, it's irrelevant, but I said that I want to see that ruthless edge. Did you guys feel like you brought that tonight? Was that a goal?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's just like give them no space to breathe, no space to do anything. Just go in, get it done, go next.
Awesome.
GG, go next. Well, on that topic, we will let you go next. Any final comments that you've got before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out to the org, shout out to you guys for doing this. It wouldn't be the same without all you guys. Shout out Vin, you're doing actual wicked job on the desk.
Solid.
Yeah, keep him around, please. We need an ex-player on the desk, and we need someone that has a bit better questions than Rob.
Hey, my last question is, make sure the Titans in tomorrow. Can you do that for me? There we go. That's the only question that matters, Wettable. Thank you very much, mate. We will speak to you very soon.
Have a good one.
Xenox, did you notice that he's also wearing a EWC? What's it stand for? Esports World Cup. Weren't you over at that event too? Wasn't that? Is this your response? You're not.
He's hiding.
Thank you.
He's not really on the desk.
He's not actually.
Yeah, me and Guz made our LAN debut on the stage. It was great. I feel like Marsh Martyr here that was my reaction. When I found out Oda got dropped.
Yeah, very true. I think that was collectively the entire community's reaction.
But yeah, I mean, Tuhan was great in this game. Yeah. Did he end up dying at all?
One death.
That's a shame. He was great. I think at the end of the day, though, Vinny, this was the kind of performance I think we needed to see from Gaming Gladiators. No messing around, not giving them a couple of rounds, not doing silly things. They looked like they played Siege the way we would expect them to play, and was just far too good for Odium, who got a bit of a lesson.
Yeah, it was just so much better than last week. Obviously, I think Odium aren't as bad as sort of we're seeing them at the moment. I think they're individually not as bad as we are, as these last two results have shown. But yeah, just don't have the experience to really take it to these top teams. And yeah, Gaming Gladiators, just as Wet was saying, didn't give them any space on these defenses. At times it looked like Odium were trying to do a few different things, but Gaming Gladiators just way too good. Too much experience, Fisher guy, too drilled.
Yep.
It's just too easy.
It's nice to see Tuhan in that position as well. Starting to see him kind of come into his own on this roster. Now, again, you're saying it's Odium, it's a 7-0. You would want to see that kind of performance. But at the same time, Tuhan opened up a lot of those rounds. Tuhan was the player that made the difference in the middle portion of most of those rounds. So it's good to see that it is rounding off this roster, Xenox.
Yeah, it is. And then I kind of look at Hale 4-7, you think, oh, that's not a bad game. He got 4 of those kills in one round. The Voltron.
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, I think for Odium, it really comes down to their ability as a team to actually just go back, watch that VOD many times over, figure out, okay, these are the things that Gaming Gladiators did that we have to try and either implement or look at, and how to either counter or emulate. There's so much that we need to learn, the way we position, our spacing around the map, utility usage, all of these things, they're going to take so much from this game, and hopefully for me, I'm going to keep an eye on them and see, can we see them improve against other teams that are closer to their level?
Well, all I'm saying is, if Xenox has got an eye on you, you know you're doing the right things. That's the exciting part, is when Xenox starts to watch. It is time for us to go to a break, but on the other side, Podium take on the Chiefs.
Attackers are activated. Attackers need to protect it. Attackers dropped in.
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. Tap, tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Hey, tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back.
Welcome back in. We now are onto the second half of the night. No, that is 100% correct. It's been 2 7-0s to kickstart Playday 2, right after we introed the show saying that the super team might have some issues and that the region is getting more competitive. It's not happening, Vinny. It's back to old days.
It's not, and we were talking about Oceanic rivals last week. I think that was the first time I'd ever seen 2 7-0s in a row, and I've seen it again within about 3 weeks' time. So
it's doubled up.
Yeah, it's crazy the way the region is currently playing out,
and especially when you consider the first match was CS and Antic. Like it's not like that was an Odium and Chiefs game where we, an Odium and Game and Gladiators game where we knew what the outcome was ultimately going to be. That was meant to be much closer. I mean, that kind of game you can see going overtime any day of the week. But look, obviously CS have a lot to work on and we have a lot to move on to, which is our third match of the night. Jeez, we are actually flying through this one. I'm getting confused. Chiefs now go into this matchup with, I guess, confidence from last week, but it wasn't like they didn't come in and make a statement. You know, like it was a closely competitive game.
Yeah, I think they sort of fell into the same trap as Gaming Gladiators, playing under a new org, playing with a new player in Oda. Obviously, they're still trying to figure out how they're going to gel together. Oda said in his interview last week that he's taken on definitely like that leader role. Everyone's sort of given him the reins to use his experience to build up the team, and that can take a bit of time. Just to get everybody on board with his shot calling style, with the way that he likes to play out rounds. So I think last week, again, I think given the first 2 results of this week, we can see that the teams that we thought were the better teams in the region really are, and they just had a few jitters in the first week. So I think we're going to see a much better result today from Chiefs.
Yeah, when you look at this roster as a whole, like obviously, you know, you've kind of got the experience of Oda and Tex who have been on major playing organizations, both internationally, domestically. They've both had their bouts, if you will. But then you look around, like the players that are left, Player and Cairo have both collectively been at the top end of this region for at least 2 years now and have consistently been performing. I actually think Cairo's been at the top of this region for like 4 or 5 years now, actually. And Quiz as well is coming back off of what was considered nearly a year break. So this roster as a whole, individually, look fantastic. For me, it's probably more about turning it to the point where like the collective part is as good as the individual sum. Does that make sense? So like it's about now this roster coming together and solidifying as a team.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right. And I think that will all stem from Oda, I think, in the end, because obviously he's been given this role. And, you know, Tex, Cairo, Quiz, Player, they had sort of that leadership structure already that they had during those off-season tournaments. We saw Nate, that was definitely in there. I think he would have had more of a calling role as well with Tex. And now it's about shifting into this different mindset with Oda, who's going to bring a lot of that experience over from Bliss now, Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, I think it's going to definitely take a lot of effort to bring them all together. Once they get those fundamentals down and they're all on the same page, I think they're definitely fighting for that top spot.
Firing on all cylinders, and it will be a very scary prospect come playoffs, which is really the big discussion in this. Let's go and have a look at their competitors for this evening. It is Prodigy. They kickstarted play day 1 with a 7-1 win. Now, that was over Odium, who have just been 7-0 by Gaming Gladiators, but regardless, we were talking about this off-air coming into tonight's show, Vinny. Siege is very much a game where a team can make all of the mistakes, everything can go wrong, but you still have to capitalize on those mistakes. It's not necessarily a clear-cut, oh, they played like crap and so it was an easy game. You still have to do the fundamentals right. You still have to secure the rounds. And Prodigy showed last week that if you give them that room, they're here for it.
Yeah, 100%. And I think something that isn't really described on this graphic, other than the fact that Davey playing that blitz every round on the attack on border, and Odium not having any answers for it, and with the current meta, the way that the shield's being played, it definitely fits this team's playstyle. We spoke to Faulty last week. I asked him, you know, is this sort of just the way that you guys play normally? Is it because of the meta? And he said, no, this is how we play. Davey definitely loves the shields and definitely plays into his playstyle, and they definitely showed it. So even today against Chiefs, it'll be interesting to see, do they ban it out? Do they think that they can probably deal with it? I think Odium didn't do a great job last week of trying to counter it once it was up. And yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see if that's still the game plan this week.
As we move away from the conversation, we can start to have a look at some individual players. I think for me, coming into this, Mackenzie, like at least from the outside, is probably the name I noticed most on this roster. Now, take the EPS with a grain of salt because, again, a 7-1 is very easy to be a highlight player. Cairo, on the other hand, obviously, you know, that was as many rounds as you could possibly see, and it was still close. Cairo still had a phenomenal performance. How do you reckon these two go like for like in the server?
Yeah, like you said, you have to take it a bit with a grain of salt. I think Cairo's performance last week was as perfect as it can be. If you have the ability to really make an impact on a game that's that close, having a KD of 15-8 is massive because it means that the rounds that they were winning, he was staying alive, having massive impact, and 86% cost. It's like as perfect as a game can be for somebody that played a lot of Monty as well in that game, I believe. So definitely had the impact. And yeah, Mackenzie's a younger guy. He's coming through. He definitely has the ability to play well. And I think we'll definitely rely more on his fragging ability than, say, Cairo's leadership abilities.
Now, going to Chalet, it has, over the last 2 years, become an O staple. There's no two ways about it. I'm not the biggest fan of Prodigy leaving this one. It just from... Look, I'm not saying that their stats show otherwise, but for me, this is a map that when you look at the Chiefs roster, when you look at who's on that team, this should be their playing ground.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Chalet is definitely one of those maps that, again, similar to Bank, if you let the attackers get the space they want, really get what they need during the rounds, the space they need, then they'll run over you.
Yeah.
And I think we saw their Prodigies defending first. So again, it's going to take a lot for them to sort of shake Chiefs off their groove. If anything, they need to be aggressive. They need to show something different to start with, for sure.
Well, it'll be something to keep your eyes on. It is time for us to get underway, and unfortunately, well, we've had to scrape the bottom of the barrel. It's still Cousins Enox.
Oh, never gets tiring, Robbie. Thank you very much for your ever lovely introductions of ourselves. Hopefully, we aren't going to get another 7-0, although there's part of me that would be quite intrigued if it were to happen for 3 7-0s in a row. I'm not sure if that's ever been done. But, guys, a big game coming up for Chiefs. I think a bit of a trap game. Is that fair to say? Prodigy showed a little bit last week. I think for Chiefs, they're going to have to be on their A game.
Yeah, I mean, benchmarking Prodigy is tough. I think it's probably fair to say Odium are now well and truly the weakest team in the region, but it was still a very solid 7-1 victory royale in the first play day. Will they be competitive against the Chiefs, though? I'm not too sure.
I don't know how you slipped that one in, but I'm actually impressed. I'm proud of you. 89% of you guys at home elected that the Chiefs should win this one quite comfortably. And look, honestly, I can't disagree. I think also you make a good point last week. That 7-1 performance for Prodigy, we probably take a couple of points off that and think, oh, I'm not too sure. But the way that they played, I felt like Prodigy played as competitive as you could probably expect from like a mid to lower mid team in this region. I thought Davey was great on those supportive roles. We don't typically see that from a lot of these bottom teams, guys. We've been around the block. We're seeing when they come through, it's all about the fragging. It's all about the swinging. It's all about the aggression. But Prodigy, with an older head in Davey, was able to actually have some really good supportive plays. They played as a team, played off each other quite well. Certainly for this Chiefs roster, who go in as heavy favorites, again, need to just be a bit mindful that this roster here of Prodigy are no pushovers.
Yeah, you say older head. Wasn't it? I think James in the first play day noted that Prodigy had the oldest roster in the league. Was it by average age or like something to that effect, right? They have like a bunch of players late 20s, which is very un-esports like as out against us. A view of the dog camp. Recently moved to Queensland, was it? Did you say in the interview?
I don't think he said where he moved to, so you just doxed him.
Wow. It's a big state. It's a big place.
It is. The old land of the Queen.
You're probably more likely to get eaten by a crocodile than find Odor.
Chiefs on the attack first of good old Charlotte.
Double shield ban. Ooh, what are we counting down to?
To the ban, basically. It's actually in sync perfectly. That is the best drop you're ever going to get for a defensive operator.
I feel like I'm at the club right now.
Valkyrie take it off the board along with the double shields, like you mentioned as well. Prodigy will get the final ban. Who's the player top right, by the way?
Prodigy.
Prodigy.
From Prodigy.
Prodigy from Prodigy. Sami will be the final ban. It's just one of those nights, isn't it, in terms of the Oceanic League. We came into this stage, we're all like competitive. We got Orgs. How good is this? We've got mix-ups. Otis to the Chiefs. Chiefs now taking on GG. And then 7-0, 7-0 by Playday 2. And we're back to...
I mean, look, to be fair, the fixturing wasn't particularly fair for that storyline. I think Playday 2 is always tipped to be quite one-sided.
How one-sided do you think this one's going to be, though? I can't shake the feeling of trap game here. Like 7-5 Chiefs.
That's not really a trap though, then, is it? It's still 3 points for Chiefs.
Well, I mean, more so in the sense that the competitive nature of it. We saw the social media vote 89%. The vast majority are going to think Chiefs are going to win this comfortably, 7-2, 7-3. The point that I'm trying to make is, can Prodigy push them a bit more than we'd expect?
I think 3 rounds would be fair.
Really?
As a minimum for Prodigy.
Yeah, maybe I'm just on the Prodigy bandwagon a little bit. I didn't tip them. I'm certainly not expecting them to win, but I'm not expecting 7-0 territory here.
Okay.
I think when you also kind of look at the Prodigy roster versus, say, Odeon, there's also, we kind of spoke about the experience of the older heads of this roster. So then are they them as prone to, you know, kind of being torn apart, which is what happened to Odium, unfortunately, in the hands of Game of Gladiators. And then also there's the added talk of Chiefs as a roster, still very new. So they don't have that same cleanliness that you would expect to see from a Gaming Gladiators. And they bring in the Kali.
Yeah, I mean, totally fair. And I think that scrappiness was shown in that Circular Spheres matchup in the previous player day. An 8-6 victory for Chiefs. So only managing to obtain 2 points from this matchup. And if you're only just joining us for tonight, Circular Spheres this evening have already played and failed to win a single round against Antic, many of whom pitched as a team slightly behind Chiefs. So maybe there is some danger about this match for Chiefs.
There you go.
And Prodigy off to the perfect start.
Yeah, Noda should know all about that window. It's a jigsaw balcony for a reason. A
Pretty
little
sure.
bit of luck there and a good jump out there from Piano.
Pretty sure 2 harm wins that.
Well, 2 harm would... I don't... No, God, honestly, you got me. Yeah. That was good. That's good from you. Oda caught off guard. I mean, that's also really good signs for Prodigy earlier. They're not going to just sit back. I mean, it's Chalet. You got to be aggressive. And breach opened up. Over towards office. So no Grim, no Oda. If memory serves me correct, on Playday 1 last week, he was their top fragger.
Yeah, the Kali is interesting. We saw Tex especially utilizing the Kali stage 1, I think it was, or maybe back end of last year.
He was roaming around in ranked for a good while on it.
Yeah.
When he came back to Oz.
Oh, it's the clash counter. Okay. I don't hate that. Bit obscure. Does get Mackenzie low, but able to withstand that initial...
Well, it just means Mackenzie can't really hold these longer lines of sight, and that really, yeah, diminishes the effect of the clash in terms of getting information. Fallback now for Chiefs, though, and on the rappel, X is very fortunate. Good shot from Trippin, who falls back in towards Closet, playing off the mirror window. Have pushed this clash all the way back to Solar. But a great start for Prodigy here on the defense of Chalet. 5 versus 2. Davey finding the kill. Playing the mute role with the SMG-11. He too gets in on the action, and so far it's been pretty faultless from Prodigy. Cairo loses out. Suddenly a flawless round on the cards for Prodigy to kickstart this match. Still could be that's so greedy, Quiz. Dead to rights here on 4 HP. The zapping in the background could be his untimely death soon arriving.
I mean, respect to Prodigy, they're showing a lot of respect to themselves. Yeah. Faulty for the trade.
Oh, good round.
That round looks dominant in conclusion. I think it was very much on a nice edge at that sort of midpoint where Chiefs had actually done quite a good job at pressuring back the clash and then had those cutoff positions. You think about double rappel, bathroom window, etc. But Prodigy stuck to their guns and won really key fights here. Obviously that first initial jump out, then good hard breach, etc. And then they continued to fortify the line here. Like, this play from Trippin was huge. I thought inside a box, he's trapped. He'll play for his life, but wins that fight, swings elsewhere, also favorable
too as well.
So, I mean, good positive signs for Prodigy round 1 for sure.
Definitely a case of, I guess in some way you're alluding to the fact that if Chiefs kind of win their 2 1v1s there, then they probably take the onus moving forward for the rest of that round. Really well played. I think the way that Prodigy kind of set up though for that round, the way that they were then falling back, a bit of pressure towards, you know, Mez and then Piano, and then fall back, play Solar side instead, and then put pressure in towards Bedroom and hold Closet with the mirror window.
Chiefs really just couldn't kind of unlock that defense. Losing Oda early, by the way, did not help because the Quan Hive launch are great, clearing out key positions around that closet area, putting pressure, forcing them back even quicker than that. And Oda just being a top player, he can't be, you know, dying to those kind of cheese jump outs. It's also a bit of a warning time for Chiefs as well. I mean, it's the feeling I could just help not shake. Bit of trap game here. I'm telling you, this Prodigy roster's not bad. They're not bad. I'm not saying they're going to win this game, but what I am saying is we've had 2 7-0s so far tonight. A third one now would only be possible if Prodigy win the next 6 rounds.
Look, I'm not a betting man, but if I was,
you wouldn't be betting.
I wouldn't be touching that with a 10-foot pole. That would be extraordinary. But we would get to go home earlier, so...
Right, we would. We would. I think this one, though, might go the distance. I've had that feeling. And when I have these feelings, guys, I tell you, there's something to it.
Well,
it's not scientific. It's not logical. It's
definitely not scientific. It's not backed with anything of a factual nature.
Just my gut.
A lot of feelings down there.
There is.
I like this aggressive shield. Over towards Piano double.
Look at this from Trippin here. Oh, okay, drone though. Well, he wanted to swing that.
I mean, they're showing really good temperament. They're not overstepping their mark, but they're also willing to hold down these key positions and really make Chiefs work for this map control, which is good to see.
Even that position there, you know, bot library stairs when you're kind of holding in towards mudroom, and you got to be careful. What if there's someone that's rotating down below? Doesn't overhold that, not extending too long there. It's like, okay, let's maybe clear below a little bit. They're on the movement at 45. Prodigy, I think, are playing the map well. They're not just holding key positions. They're moving around. West Main, library stairs. We've seen them all over the place. Bar stock, everything. This library hallway as well, a pivotal position. It's Volty finds a kill on to Quiz, running around down below. Still a great angle here from Bake, which has not been cleared out. Oda playing the Jigsaw Belk. Boy, wouldn't they just love to have Jigsaw right now, though, in that position. He owns it in this region, but Bake, from said position in the library hallway with that deployable shield, found a kill. And another 2-player advantage now for Prodigy. Kick starting very well on the defense of Chalet. Tex, Oda, and Cairo. The experienced heads to try and maybe salvage this round for Chiefs.
Yeah, looking to try and open that office wall. Maestro camera, perhaps, though, will complicate things, but able to be hacked there by Cairo successfully with the Clodge drone, and second to follow. So that's good counterplay available, but still 3 versus 5. Tough round on the card still here for
Oda knows
the
he needs
attack.
to clear up Piano, though. And he's trying to do it basically by himself. They have been able to take the library hallway. There is still a player, though, holding just outside of Bathroom. Mackenzie at any point here could go for a swing, and if he is successful and kills Oda, the round is won for Prodigy. Plant going down from Tex, long angle from Bake, not really beneficial. Mackenzie goes for the body swing, just confirms the position of Oda, swings back again. Oda gets sat down, despite getting Mackenzie very low. But in the end, the diffuser has been planted. Still somewhat winnable now for Tex and Cairo, as they did not get denied. The Maestro camps being hacked certainly helped out by the Clodge drone, and Cairo, lovely walking headshot down below, and now can play from down below. Suddenly, a round which looked like could go the way of Prodigy. Chiefs are just willing their way back into it.
20 seconds then, and Tex, the last man standing. Cairo's fallen inside of a Frostmat. Are you serious? But Tex is holding on outside. Trippin needs to go for the vault and able to land the shot. A 1 versus 1 has to stick the counter defuse, and Cairo can swing around and complete. One hell of a comeback from Chiefs.
Oh, bless those Frostmat changes a while back. Cairo up and about, limping towards that diffuser, stops the counter defuse. Chiefs on the board. A calamity of a round. For all intents and purposes, Oda dying in Piano, I thought was going to be the telltale sign for Prodigy to find a second round, but so much credit goes to both Cairo and Tex for their ability to play the post plant, for even able to be capable of getting the plant down. Nicely done from Chiefs in the end. They're certainly going to be kicking themselves away with the way that they've started in a lot of these rounds. But you get one on the board, a bit of relief. Of course, now able to get yourself out of that Frostmat and slowly keep moving. You are a bit slower, of course, but Cairo was able to limp on over.
He's hobbling. He had the walking frame in front of him.
The wounded soldier makes his mark, 1-1.
That was a huge round from Cairo as well with the double hack of the Maestros, because that was feeding really good information against the retake. And made it quite a challenge for Prodigy to get themselves back in towards that objective. Tex did a good job stalling out time over towards that Mez position.
I will say as well, Oda, I mean, perfect operator there, the Grim to clear out Piano. Even if he ends up dying there, no one was able to play that position to actually get close and deny the plant from going down. So he did still do his job. Did lose, of course, that battle to Mackenzie, but now 1-1 into the third round we go. So far, some good signs, I guess, from both teams. But for Chiefs, I think they will full well know they can play these early rounds a lot better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think the big telltale sign, and it makes sense, as even Oda himself has said, the team is still very much kind of relearning the game as a roster. On attack, they've lacked a bit of initiative, and they're allowing these aggressive solo plays around the map to dictate the pace, and they themselves often looking a little bit stalled out, perhaps, you know, lacking information or a call or whatever the case may be. So we'll see if that pacing does maybe step up gradually, maybe not even just over the course of tonight, but certainly across the stage, because it is going to take time for this team to work around one another.
Oh my goodness, and it continues though.
Another solo play.
Round. Yeah, I mean, this is what Prodigy is doing really well. Commanding the early portion of these rounds, getting active on the defense, moving around the map, peeking out here, then rotating off and peeking out there, and they're keeping Chiefs guessing. Cairo, how often would you see him die in that position? Not often. How often would someone peek that angle? So a 5v4, another opening kill for Prodigy. Active on the defense.
So the Nook available here in round 3. Quiz currently thinking about advancing up trophy stairs, but the barbed wire makes that a challenge, and Tech's on the rappel with no explosives on thermite, so forced to smack it. Player also down below lurking on the Ash. The potential for util clearance as well. Again, I get the sense, it's starting to feel again like they're just looking a little bit stalled out. Trying to work out how they're going to unlock over towards trophy. It's Oda for 2, playing this possession outside front yard. Much better this time around.
There is actually one holding that window, of course, along with the Alibi Prisma too. Faulty was actually just playing behind it, but didn't have the angle on Oda, who retrieves the diffuser with under a minute remaining. 3v3, another close round brewing here in the third. Oh, the slow peek out from Davey. That's not something that we're used to seeing from him, but I think he maybe got forced out of Closet. Slightly giving the advantage now over to the Chiefs late into this round, in towards Solar for Oda. They're going to go for a solar side plant, but love the angle. Discovered and found here from Bake. Plays it nicely, but can't get out of bathroom safely. Down to Faulty in the 1 versus 2 in office. Double impact grenades available.
Very winnable. Way to Chiefs select to go. 20 seconds on the clock.
He's watching the solar entry, but by now he should know they could, of course, make their way in from bathroom side. Impacts does get Quiz off of that diffuser. Does he swing from Closet here? Oh my goodness, no one watching. Creeps up closer.
Timing.
Spots one, the timing, 8 seconds, but Quiz gets off and helps out, and that is going to be a much needed round win for Chiefs. Ooh. Again, spicy. But Chiefs will take it. 2 rounds in a row for them. And just biting and fighting back now against Prodigy, who are clearly here to play.
Yeah, these rounds from Chiefs are far from convincing, but they're at least showing good conviction. Struggling again in the early round. Good roam from Faulty. Thought that moment there was a little bit sloppy from Chiefs to stack over towards Solar, but a really good snappy trade. And then Quiz here in the late round, getting off that plant.
I think that's a smart play. Yeah, I mean, at that point, you've got one player covering you, but if he just close checks you and denies that plant and is able to back around the corner, I mean, then that could be the round over. There's still enough time. I think it was 8 seconds. 8 seconds on the clock, so
yeah.
So, kitchen and dining for the 4th round. Chiefs certainly getting a workout here, though, which honestly, I think for this roster, is probably a good thing. I don't think they would benefit that much by like a 7-0 beatdown against a team like Odium. I think they need to learn to play together in these tough moments. You know, Tex and Cairo playing off each other in a 2v2 or something, in a post plant, the way that you position, the way that your teammates like to operate, all of these things that you will learn more in these closer games where you're getting tested, you're getting pushed. Sure, they'd be disappointed with the fact that in the early game they're certainly not playing to the level they expected they could get to, but don't get it twisted. This is still a team that was, put together pretty late in the piece, certainly with the addition of Oda. Jigsaw on the way later at the end of the month. You got players that are essentially playing for their position in the roster. All 5 of them. Oda included.
Yeah, it's only Very early stages here for O's play day 2. And even Oda himself in the interview post-play day 1 stating that the team really is just looking to build into playoffs. They're fairly confident they'll be able to make top 6, and I don't think many would disagree with that. Top 2 for seeding isn't critical.
Good ping information off the Lion EE1D. How often do you see double red pings off the back of that utility this day and age? Easy one for Faulty. I keep saying it, guys, but it keeps happening. In the 4th round now, we continue to see Prodigy's ability to move around the map of Chalet, find these different avenues time and time again. It's proven to be a difference maker.
Yeah, they're getting outlurked at the moment. Player in a decently powerful position, but really good flank game and offer there from Prodigy. And so once again, Chiefs are going to have to fight from behind.
Oh, he spotted that late, Oda, and he went back for it. Needed to fall off the window. Punished. Cairo, though, very quickly a response that was certainly needed. And Quiz elsewhere gets the kill onto the roaming Faulty. And spotted one through the floorboards from Quiz. Okay. Advantage back to the Chiefs after what was a 5 versus 3 start. Wow. 4 kills in a row to Chiefs. Not much that Trippin's been able to do. Does get a kill on to Cairo lurking around Trophy Stairs. Tex can get the plant down. Now they know where Trippin is. Rotates back over through bedroom. Can drop the hatch. A bit of yellow ping intel, but Quiz with another sharp shot. He finds 3 in the round. Somehow the Chiefs, who continue to just throw away their lives so early in these rounds, keep finding a way to win them.
I feel like I might be about to say the stupidest sentence of my commentating career, but
say it. I'm all
that
here.
almost felt like the most convincing round from the Chiefs, yet the start was their worst round so far. Like, they lose the first 2 picks. You know, the player lurk and then Oda trapped again, bad timing. And then they just able to swarm Trophy and just farm picks. I don't know. This has been a weird game. I understand that Chalet can be a little bit more fluid in terms of how it plays out, and the Dynamic is a little bit different to a more structured map like a Clubhouse, for instance, but it's been a bit all over the shot at the moment. Prodigy running rampant early round, Chiefs finding it difficult to then get themselves back into the rounds typically, but then we have that round there, round number 4, which was a bit of an anomaly where they're farming picks, and even with the vert advantage above, Prodigy not being able to convert. So I think Prodigy will be a little bit disappointed with how that round quite literally unraveled in front of them. And now the scorecard starts to get a little bit more concerning as well. A 3-1 lead, and they'll very much feel like they're, you know, not being rewarded for the effort they've put in so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a 3-1 scoreline right now as Chiefs is actually totally fair. In saying that, Quiz 8-2, he was great in that round. He's certainly been one performing in the middle portion of these rounds. You know, Tex and Cairo have been able to have some good late round executions, and Oda's been a bit shaky. Player still yet to find a kill, but he's been thereabouts in terms of helping others. So, I mean, honestly, credit to the Chiefs for fighting through a lot of this contact, because Prodigy have been throwing a lot their way. Feels like they've had like the last 3-4 opening kills, Prodigy, on the defense, and just unable to capitalize. When the round gets a bit tough, they do fall away a little too easily. But just their ability to roam around, get an opening pick, keep the pressure on the Chiefs in the early portion of these rounds has been great to watch, but their inability to follow through and convert in the rounds has been quite telling. Scrappy fight from Oda. He'll happily engage. Gets the kill on to Trip and takes out default towards Solar. And now, for what feels like the first time all half, an opening kill for the Chiefs.
Yeah. Faulty, though, still up, and he's been a menace in the early round. We'll see what kind of an impact he may have going forward in the remainder here of round number 5. Player doubles down, though, and Chiefs have shown an ability to snowball these rounds quite effectively. You are right. The first 4 rounds, the entry going the way of Prodigy. The last 3 prior to this round, thanks to Faulty, but he's now in the grave, and Chiefs set up for another round win.
Just wonder if this is the kind of round where Chiefs have really kind of just talked about the fact that Prodigy are on the move very early in these rounds, and they're looking for these kills. Maybe sit back, hold the exterior a little bit, expect them to be aggressive, expect them to be moving around, hold your angle a little bit longer, and then they might actually come in towards the sight line. By the edge out, it's an easy play from player, and that probably actually bodes into what I was talking about, where he's just holding a position, wait, and eventually they'll come to you. 5 versus 2, 60 seconds. Chiefs have played. This has been their best round. after you just said the last round was probably their best round, this is now definitely their best round.
Oh no, far more convincing than the last round, that's for sure.
Bake stuck in sight, low on health. It was fireplace for Davey. Who hasn't quite had the same impact in this game as he did last week, and in the end, flawless from Chiefs. Okay, maybe just starting to work out Prodigy a little bit, 4-1 lead. Sure, it's not 7-0 territory, and while the rounds have been closer than a 4-1 scoreline really highlights, it's, well, job done for Chiefs at this point. 1 round to go in the half. If they can make it 5-1, that might just be too much of a margin for Prodigy to bring back.
Yeah, I totally agree with Chiefs. Slightly different approach there, being rewarded well. Not trying to force the lurk too hard and that early pressure on towards site too much. Instead, just kind of bided their time and waited for Prodigy to misstep first. And yeah, it worked out quite well in that previous round. Finally able to convert entry. Good day from Quiz so far in the office as well, highlighting his performance so far.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Currently 8-2. And I think for many, I don't know if you would agree, but I think for many, when we talk about the potential of Jigsaw joining this roster at some point in time, Quiz was probably, in the eyes of many, first on the chopping block, maybe. Although a tough decision, but clearly tonight, having an outstanding performance.
I think one of the big things as well, when you look at this roster and the way that it's been constructed, I think a lot of eyes are on Tex, Oda, Cairo, and most importantly, Oda. 4-4, couple of assists, not really having a huge standout game. It's actually Quiz who's kind of had his performance as player, gets 3 kills in that last round, right? So it's highlighting to me this is definitely a team's team, and not just individuals coming together and franking out. Oda wants this to be a team. We know if Jigsaw enters this roster, sure, he's going to pop off and be an absolute fragger, but you need everyone to be capable. If Oda has an off day, it can't just be then automatic loss. You need others to be able to stand up and take over the workload, and they've been able to do that. As for Prodigy, I mean, what do you kind of take away from this? I know we've got 1 round to go in the half, but they're being somewhat competitive without really getting reward for effort in my mind.
Yeah, for sure. Very unlucky not to win the upstairs defense earlier on in the piece.
Second round.
Cairo hitting the clutch after the frost mat. That was very unlucky. I think the last round, Chiefs were certainly rewarded for a good round, and the entry was a far greater improvement. So, Prodigy probably feeling a little bit down on themselves at the moment, but need to refocus here for the final round of the half. A lot of dangerous tools available here to the attack for trying to clear these roamers. Logic Bomb rains out.
Yeah, a bit of
and
Dockerby.
the Nook can lurk as well.
Yeah, it feels like Dockerby has dropped ever so slightly since the recent change with the Logic Bomb.
Yeah.
45 seconds per charge. Another chance there from Mudroom for Quiz. Finds his 9th kill, almost a 10th, but it will force Mackenzie back down below. Of course, with now the Dockerby changes, it's no longer used as an entry tool, more so as a mid-round and late-round tool, which I think is fine. As teams adjust and players adjust, I think Dockerby's pick rate will probably fluctuate back up.
She's fine.
I think she's more than fine.
She's still too strong in the late round for my liking, but don't mind there being a couple of busted attacking tools, to be honest.
It's fine.
Does reward teams that are well coordinated as well, which is always a positive. Elsewhere.
Oh, Bake is in some trouble here. Very low, pinched in over towards Piano. Bit of pressure now coming in towards main breach. Nitrocell available for Trippin. He's going to have to be very good with this to try and get over the half wall in towards default. Hasn't made a move just yet. Although Tax is knowing full well there is a player behind that wall. He's played this too many times over. Flashes come out, little reposition for Trippin, and look at the utility. Logic Bomb, Hive Launcher, where do you go? What do you do? So much utility.
I probably wouldn't run into the bees as my first option, but I can understand there was a lot of pressure there. Trying to be sustained. And Chiefs walk out the other side of the half with 5 rounds.
Yeah, it's crazy. After that opening round, then followed suit by some pretty dominating early portion. 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, all opening kills go the way of Prodigy. Chiefs, honestly, have really impressed with their ability to conduct themselves in a match where they haven't been ultra dominant from the get-go in a lot of these rounds. I think they ended the half exceptionally well.
Much
the final
better.
2-3 rounds, they were incredibly dominant, but there's every world in which Prodigy could have won the first 2-3 rounds even. that was the start in which Prodigy played well, but Chiefs, to their credit, answered the call, and a 5-1 lead. While it's not 7-0 territory, it's as close as you can get. A 7-1 could be on the cards here as they go defense Chalet, and our speed run of the night continues here. Snow Wine to begin for what will be the 7th round.
Yeah, I figure we'll probably get some insight in the interview, but at least from my view and what we can see from the outside, it looked like the decisiveness from Chiefs became far more confident and, for lack of a better word, more decisive as the match went on. Whereas at the beginning, they were getting stalled out a lot for the mid-round. Their early round play was really not great. But we saw kind of that light switch on towards the back end of the half where their lurks were a little bit less aggressive. They were more willing to lean into the likes of the Nook and play stagnant positions and kind of just wait for the likes of, Faulty to fall into unfavorable fights. And then their mid to late round decision making was a lot more concise, and that really reflected in the amount of pressure that they were able to put on Prodigy. The util, dumping and positioning and timing was also far greater and far better. So, yeah, credit to Chiefs. I think it's fair to say at the beginning of that match, Prodigy quote unquote unlucky with some of those end results in a couple of those rounds, but as it progressed, Chiefs well and truly the better team in the server, and so we'll see if that continues here. For their defensive efforts on Chalet, it is basement up first. Tubarao Kaid combo in play for Denial. A pretty classic lineup from Prodigy in response. The ram for lobby for a quick vert through front door. Finger also in play. We've seen Saved play it a little bit already so far this particular stage.
Yeah, the LMG over
on the side of CS.
First game of the day. Had a couple of good moments, but obviously as a team, they just couldn't get anything going.
Yeah, we'll see if it has an impact here on this particular attack. There are some players off site to be cleared. Quiz most notably in master bedroom currently.
Bake through Ego in towards office and good entry.
Is he aware of the push through office though? I don't think so.
Definitely the way that the positioning there of Quiz. Well, it's that maybe not. He has moved over to watch Trophy. Oh my
double
god,
swing!
the double swing! Bit of help from Oda, but not even needed. Mackenzie, I think it was just shook.
Wow. I thought he was dead to rights.
I mean, he knew that Quiz was going to be coming down Trophy stairs. He was not expecting the swing from Dining, though, through Oda. And another opening kill for Chiefs as they've really put their foot down in the last couple of rounds to take a commanding lead in this game, both on the scoreboard and inside of the server. It's been the Christopher show. He used to go by Christopher.
Did he?
He did.
New law
Not for long.
New law unlocked.
Not long, though. I can't remember which stage it was. This player gets a kill onto Trippin, and it does feel like it's fizzling out a little bit here, Guz.
Ooh. Well, Bake at least finds something.
He's baking.
In this round. We'll see if he can cook up a little bit more. His fragging power will be required over towards library stairs. Hex holding down the line.
Oh, that's clean from the old man.
Oh.
Actually, I don't know how old Hex is, but
oh,
he's been around a long time. There is Quiz for a second. Goes down to the hallway. They now know where Davey is, though, stuck inside a bar. In a 1 versus 3 that still needs to make his way down the basement. 30 seconds remaining in the round on Kumai. No, so annoying as he plucks that one out of his foot. Tex and Oda doubling down in towards blue. Cairo on site and at any point could easily swing these stairs. If not mine, no vision, no time, and 6-1 is looming. Default also shot out. But hey, there's a bulletproof camera as well for good measure. Good kill onto Oda, expecting the swing. But Cairo, oh so patient, and is rewarded with the final kill of the round. And it will be match point now for Chiefs. It's only 8:29. We've got 1 game to go after this. Yeah, the boys.
What's everyone going to do between this and EU, though?
That is actually a really good point. You know, Mr. Fresh on desk.
It's like when you pre-game too much too early, and then you
that's it.
You're waiting for the Uber to come
to
send you to the club.
You don't need to go out anymore.
Just sit at home.
Just like sit at home, watch NAL. Yeah. So master, bedroom, and office for what could be the final round of this game here on Chalet. Man, 7-1 though.
Need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
It doesn't feel like a 7-1.
No, it really doesn't.
I think certainly Prodigy can take a lot away from this game. I think they can certainly look at the early portions of their rounds and think, okay, we did all right here, but we went wrong there, and we went wrong here, and we didn't play this the way we could have and maybe should have, and we lost a couple of rounds off our own mistakes. But credit to the Chiefs. I mean, Quiz 12-4, clear MVP for this game. Everyone else on the roster has got 5 kills. Talk about an even spread. 5 for Player, Tex, Oda, and Cairo. While Quiz leads the way, and that's what you want from a roster, and also from an individual level. You know, you got Jigsaw breathing down your shoulder. You know he's coming back soon. You know he's coming. He's going to be getting a slot in this roster. You don't want to be the one that misses out.
And look, we've said a couple of times now, certainly the first half of the match felt quite close, and again, I think the opening kill metric really does reflect that. Last 3 rounds, Oda, Quiz, all converted by Chiefs in a confident fashion, you know, comprehensive fashion at that. So Prodigy aren't even able to find some kind of edge in one of the thirds of the round. Their early round has now been a struggle, and they haven't made up for that through the mid-round or the late round. So, again, I think a large portion of that is attributed to Chiefs, who, much like the story of their stage, are looking to build into things, have built into this match in isolation quite well this evening. Osa in play, though, for round 8. So we'll see if Mackenzie can cook up something with those Talon shields. Oda on roam duty. Well, that wasn't the cleanest of kills, but still finds Bag. Play over towards Mudroom as well. Trapped and hunted down.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually one of the inverse disadvantages of that Talon shield and placing it down there in the doorway to Mud is that your just ability to push out is going to be a little bit hindered. Oh my god.
You know who doesn't lose that? Jigsaw.
My god. Jigsaw's going to be joining him at the moment. I don't think Quiz is going to be the one heading to the bench the way that he's playing in this game. 3 versus 2. Davey and Faulty. What can they do to cook up a spectacular comeback in this round? Davey over towards front entry.
You've got to try and isolate backstore. Easier said than done, though, with Mez pressure front door.
Oh, there's some good shots landing onto Oda, but not enough to get him down over towards Barstalkers.
Well, Davey has snuck through, though, so this should be a kill.
Davey does make his way in, but he's spotted on the hallway, and Tex is not going to allow him through. Top floor library stairs, watching down below. That's Kit down. That's going to be the GG from Cairo coming out a little bit early, and oh, wow, players left the server. Wow. I don't like that. I'm going to say it right now, guys. Cut that shit out. Yep. Cut that fucking shit out. That is absolutely disrespectful. This is the 2nd time now. Stop it. I'm talking to all players. We've seen Turd do it. We've seen Chiefs now. Why are you leaving the server? Player, you played like shit today. Like, seriously. Like, grow up. The game is live. If Faulty clutches this, now we've got to wait. We've got to get you back into the server. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Just play the game.
Oh, he's walked away.
Nah, that's pissed me off. I don't like that.
Not happy?
Nah, not happy.
Yeah,
I will say this, the GG's one thing. Cairo can say GG, whatever, and have confidence in his team. But to just leave like that, pitiful.
Bit cringe.
Bit cringe. All right, Chiefs win. Let's move on.
Yeah, 7-1 dub. Not the best of starts for Chiefs in this particular matchup, but able to build confidence throughout, get that result. There better
be a good excuse as to why he's just done that.
I don't think there will be.
All right. Well, it spoils, honestly, a bit of a decent game there from Chiefs in which they calculated their aggression, started to get a bit of control, especially towards the back end of that first half. Really good game from them, actually, for all intents and purposes. And then they go and do that at the end. Disappointing, Rob. Very disappointing.
Yeah, for those that watch the Asia show, I've already given my thoughts on the matter, so I won't double down. But look, outside of that, maybe we'll stick away from that comment for now. I think, for me, today's match probably it brings back into light like Quiz as an individual player, right? And there's many things that we can talk about to break this down. But Quiz was a player that was on the Knights form a very long time ago and had quite a large impact. Many just kind of said that maybe he was a bit too young at the time, maybe he just didn't fit into the roster. But there were so many games where you saw those moments of brilliance, and it was like you could see the forthcoming of like an unbelievably mechanical player, to which we're kind of getting to see now on this roster.
Yeah, and I said it last week. I thought he was probably a little bit quiet last week, but I know Quiz quite well. He's just a gamer. He's great at every game that he plays from what I've seen so far. And yeah, he was immense today, really. He brought his team back in a few rounds where they definitely didn't have the advantage. I think all credit to Prodigy. I said before the game they can't give Chiefs the space to kind of do whatever they want, and they did a really good job early round of getting those opening kills.
Yep.
And just focusing on not giving them as much space as possible. Unfortunately, not able to convert most of those rounds, obviously 7-1. I don't think that's a great indicator of how the game actually went. I think Prodigy deserve a bit more credit than that scoreline.
It's always tough, isn't it? Especially when you look at this, when you look at the matchup coming into today. Obviously, we think Chiefs are going to win. You see the 7-1, and all of a sudden you go, oh, well, Prodigy written off. It's always really difficult in the round to round, especially when, like in an esport like Siege, where there's so few rounds. We're only talking, 12 rounds in regulation. That's not a lot of rounds for you to make a mistake and then, kind of recover from. So it is a bit of a shame for Prodigy, but obviously great signs for the Chiefs. And we've got our good friend Oda rejoining us here for an interview. Oda, maybe do I just start? You know what? I'm just going to start on the nose here. The player leaving at the end there, it's look, you guys can say what you want. Hey, we've got his player cam as well, so we've seen what's happened.
His game crashed, and then he really had to use the bathroom, so he got off to use the bathroom, so then he could rejoin the lobby.
We'll wait and see. How that reaction goes down with Xenox. Other than that, mate, all smiles for you and the roster. Look, last week obviously was a close game. It was an opening matchup. Today looked a lot more clinical. Obviously, still some rounds where Prodigy are in the conversation, but for much, all in all, this is just kind of the performance that I think all of us in the show are looking for. How does it feel like it's coming together now that we're into Play Day 2?
It feels good. You got a super week, and I'm really happy with our performance today. I think we really came in mentally prepared, and everyone was thinking straight. I think being here on this team for 2 weeks, we've actually learned a lot. So I'm glad our fundamentals look good. There are obviously some small things when Prodigy was getting a bit aggressive and finding early kills, but we stuck to the process and we got our kills back and won rounds.
Yeah, we were talking about Quiz just before you came on and how great he was in this game. Obviously, he took a massive break between sort of joining this team after playing with the OBL boys in the off-season and stuff like that. So what sort of have you been able to do, or as a team, what have you guys done to sort of coach him back into playing this level of Siege?
Quiz is Quiz. You don't really need to coach Quiz on how to play the game. Any game he touches, he's just a beast. So it's more just getting back into meta and just improving on some small things, really. His aim's always going to be there. He's a smart player, so he's Quiz.
He is him.
He's Quiz.
That's a good way of putting it. Now, look, obviously Super Week coming up. How do you prepare for something like this? It's probably a little bit different for you rather than a conversation with, let's say, like your Antics of the world that have been together for a while. But how do you prepare in these kind of weeks?
Yeah, look, at the moment, we're just taking it game by game, really. 2 weeks of prep. We're not really hard countering a team or prepping a team. It's bigger ones as well.
Yep.
So it's match by match, round by round, really. That's all it is. Focusing on ourselves.
And you've got obviously the grudge match coming up soon against GG. How are you guys already preparing for that match, or is it more sort of playing the match during the season and then worrying more about playoffs once you guys get there?
Yeah, honestly, it's a bigger one, and we don't really. It's not really a must-win game. So I'm more focused on us being prepared and seeing how we match up against them on the day. But when it does come to those BO3s, that's when I'll start telling the boys, what we need to look at and focus on.
Yeah, love that. Look, it sounds like things are coming together quite quickly. In fact, 2 weeks and the roster's looking like one of the better teams in the region at the moment. So we'll leave it on that kind of comment. Do you have anything else you'd like to say?
Shout out to the Chiefs, Aussie Broadband, Logitech, Westfield, and Kinchi. Kinchi's followed me over to the Chiefs, so I really appreciate that. And, we're working hard. So, yeah.
Mate, it's great to hear. And, we wish you best of luck in your upcoming matches, especially on Play Day 4, baby.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Ciao, mate.
Yeah.
Good bloke.
Good bloke.
Good bloke. But look, putting my bias aside as Oda, for someone that we've done interviews with in this region for 4 years, he's always been very forward in a lot of our conversations, so it's very easy to get a gauge as to what he's thinking. It actually sounds like I've seen him in so many different states, it's not funny. it sounds and looks like this is actually a roster that could really push for an opportunity at a major.
100%. I think by now Oda's definitely come to terms with everything that went on.
Yep.
Obviously, there's a lot of drama, but he now understands that he does have the talent there to really push for that #1 spot.
Yep.
And yeah, they're doing all the right things at the moment. Obviously, last week was a bit of a tougher match, but they did get the job done, and that even just that extra point is really important for them as we look to today's game. Obviously, Quiz was crazy, of course, as we saw. As Oda pointed out, he is Quiz, so having a massive impact on this game. Had 2 3Ks in a row, I think rounds 3 and 4, where Faulty was able to get the opening kill, but still able to bring his team back into it. And it's going to be on players like Quiz. Obviously, we talk a lot about Oda, we talk a lot about Cairo, Tex with all that experience. But yeah, players like Quiz and Play are really going to have to step up this stage as well to make it a well-rounded team.
Yeah, and it will be that. There's no doubt about it. Like you look at how they've done, even just today and last week, there is a sense that it's coming together. For Prodigy though, I think that we just need to clarify again, right before we went into the interview, we said that it probably looks a little rougher on the scoreboard than it should have been, but I think that this is a roster that, should they stick together, could they find a couple of results, I think that we see them in playoffs, and I think there's a chance that we see them competitive enough to push BO3s, but that will have to wait because we are going to the close of today for a 4th matchup. That's right, can you believe that? We're already into the 4th matchup and it's barely been 3 hours. We've got the Supernovas taking on the big boys. Now, the big boys, for me, this is a scary one. Outlast are going to go massive or they're going to go home. There's only 2 ways about it. We'll see you after the break.
Attackers are activating the diffuser.
Well, some crucial questions have been answered today. 7-0, 7-0 and a 7-1. This is kind of what we expected from some of our games last week that just completely blew us out of the water, Vinny.
Yeah, we definitely did. I think we expected a lot more from GG and Chiefs last week, but we got that this week from them. Yep. Definitely got rid of those first week jitters. Sort of worked out what was going wrong in those first games. I think we saw a lot of inability to convert rounds. They had advantages, and this week they just did exactly that. They just converted it.
Yeah, and crucially as well, just to add some context for those at home, a lot of the players in these interviews are talking about the fact that the BO1 stage really doesn't have that much of an impact. They're all looking to the best of threes. They're looking to prepare for the end of stage, and with 6 teams making it through, you would have to do something heinously wrong. Like, you would really have to step up to not make it into playoffs. So I think there's an element of truth to what's being said, but I also think that there's maybe some facade behind that as well, where players are kind of hiding behind poor performances for that exact reason. There's an excuse. There's it's the best of one stage. So, look, we'll wait and see. Obviously, it's only play day 2. We've got so many more play days to come, so many more storylines to start to cement. The last game of the night, this one, I'm still not sure how I feel about it. Outlast had a phenomenal performance last week against Antic Esports, going 7-4 up. I mean, that I just never expected it.
I don't think anyone did. We expected a lot from Antic, and again, today they showed that perhaps it was just first week jitters, so maybe not a lot of worth should be put into that last game. But in saying that, Outlast did exactly what they needed to do last week, and that's get the job done against a pretty strong opponent. Obviously, they played Skyscraper. It looked like their defenses were super strong. Didn't lose a single defense against Antic, and I think it definitely falls on the back of players like Relays and Yentire. They both had some pretty big impact on those opening kills on those defenses.
Yep.
And yeah, I think they'll definitely be looking to bring sort of that aggression back in today as well. I definitely think this is going to be the closest game of the day so far, hopefully.
Well, I don't think it's possible to not be close. Like, literally, there's only one round in it to be closer.
The bar's pretty low.
It's very low. A 7-2, and it will be our closest game of the night. This feels like Oce of old. This feels like stage 1 of last year. But look, this game in particular, there is a lot on the line for this roster, in my opinion. When I look at this roster and I see like your Baileys and also like your Yentires who had a decent rivals, I look at that and go, what could they be if they perform well this stage? And that really is the question for me, is what will this roster be able to output by the end of the stage? You can start strong, but boy, you have to finish even stronger. Let's start talking about Supernova. I feel as though the roster picking this team up was probably one of the biggest benefits of the off-season, because this roster was looking good last stage. They looked competitive. I actually would go as far to say that last stage might have been their best stage we've seen from them.
Yeah, definitely. And we've spoken a few times about rosters that stick together tend to play better together.
Yep.
Of course, going on later into the stages. They didn't have the greatest off-season performance in Oceanic Rivals.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they didn't even get to make it through to playoffs, which was a bit disappointing for them. But I think they've taken a lot of what they learnt from that off-season sort of tournament and brought it today. And yeah, obviously we get to see Prez back after going on his snowboarding trip.
He's lucky.
He was lucky.
He's lucky.
He didn't get to be part of that game last week. But in saying that, this might be the difference maker to get them over the line.
Yeah, well, you know what they say about subs and going on holidays. President very well back in the roster. And there was actually, I was speaking to President while their game was going. Obviously, for those that didn't watch Play Day 1, it was against Gaming Gladiators. And oh my God, that game came down to the wire. Gaming Gladiators obviously should have closed it out. They've said it themselves. It was a shocking performance in their 2v4s, 3v4s. They just did not, they didn't end up capitalizing. But it's got to be said, Supernova looked really sharp. And as I was speaking to President was saying that even some of the rounds that they won, they weren't doing what they were supposed to in a strat on attack. So for me, I look at that and go, okay, with President back in the roster, does that now solidify the in-game leading ability? Does that now bring that vocal voice to the front? Hopefully it does, because I really do back Outlast to potentially have a good stage here. And this is probably going to be their best test.
Yeah, for sure. And looking at that graphic just there, obviously Supernova, only 25% attacking win rate in their first week. And 71% defensive win rate, which honestly came on the back of Pinku, who was the sub last week for Prez. He ended up getting a 1v5 in one of the rounds. It was pretty insane what he was able to accomplish. But yeah, hopefully with President back in, we'll see those defensive and attacking win rates sort of balance out a bit more.
that's the hope. Whether it ever ends up coming to fruition or not, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, some pretty significant changes to the roster of Supernova throughout the break has led to what seems to be a competitive roster. Oh my word. We're running it back, ladies and gentlemen. We go to Consulate, in which Supernova kept a incredibly close game with the best team in the region.
Yeah, I don't think this is a bad pick for Outlast. Obviously, they've got now a VOD to go back and watch to see sort of the way Supernova play. Although, as we just mentioned, President wasn't in that game, so you have to take sort of what they did last week with a bit of
grain of salt.
Grain of salt, yes. I went Italian
How
for
was
that.
that? The camera needed to be on you for the context there.
I don't know why. I went a bit Italian with that. But yeah, like I said, take it with a grain of salt. They didn't have Prez, they didn't have their IGL, so what they were doing on the air attacks may not have been exactly what they need planned. But also, as you said, it was a close game. So obviously Supernova know how to play the game quite well.
That they do.
In this map. And hopefully we get a closer one than 7-1.
One thing I want to see is the Amaru send onto the top floor, because apparently that could be something for them. But look, we know a little bit about stats, but really the person who probably knows the most, who is it? Marshmata.
Marshmata.
That's right. Marshmata. What are your thoughts on heading to Consulate? Whoa, Marshmata. That is absolutely not appropriate to say that about President. He is a long-standing member in this community, and he has been putting in the work. Did you just pat Marshmata on the head?
Someone had to say it.
I don't have the balls to say it, so Marshmata clearly does.
We love Prez, but yeah, he does what Dev couldn't, and that's just say the truth.
Yeah,
Dev's more of a stats man, but we've got the voice of reason right here.
The voice of reason. That does not sound like the voice of reason to me, I'll be honest. It sounds like the voice of chaos.
I don't know what you're doing.
No. Now, we do have a little bit of time here, thanks to the players for dropping out of the server. That's also great. Looking at this... Yeah, we're missing one on Outlast. Thank you very much, gents. But looking probably closer at this matchup in particular, there you go, you can just see it over the shoulder, and kind of talking about the repercussions for a team like Supernova, right? We don't worry about last week's game because it was close, it was competitive, they got a point from it. But tonight, for me, is quite a big test. Now, they've lost, arguably... one of their bigger players in Saved, or at least names, right? And we've seen Palarazi, who has never seen Tier 1 play, at least from my memory, jump into the roster. Now, I've been told, part of the rank stack, all of that fun stuff, but when it starts to translate into these kind of matches, how important is it for, from a player's perspective, how important are these matches?
Yeah, really important. I mean, this is where you sort of gain that confidence before you start to play against teams like GG, teams like Chiefs. You really want to come into those games already feeling like, as a roster, you have the ability to beat teams. Because if you go into these games where you're sort of playing the mid to lower tier teams and you're already losing, winnable rounds, if you're losing games even, it can really take a shot to the confidence. So having that confidence coming into big games is such an important thing. And yeah, I mean... Like you said, for Supernova, this is a really important match for them.
Yeah, well, you heard it here, folks. The ex-Kelton's Knights player that went 1-6 last stage drop, and how important it is to win games. Let's go across to the beautiful casters.
Can I just say what a wonderful job that Vince has been doing so far on the couch. He has slotted in seamlessly alongside Rob and Marshmata. I think he's doing an incredible job and clearly carrying the work. Marshmata's barely said a word, got on camera for 2 seconds. And by the way, I don't know if you could tell, but the mic box was actually off. So stitched up completely there, Marshmata. Wasn't actually talking. Someone was talking for him.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Rob.
Maybe. No, Vinny has been doing a good job.
Yeah.
Hasn't lost his cool this stage yet, like some others.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, I'm looking straight at him.
Are you?
Yeah.
Where's Marshmata? He has been absolutely miserable on the couch all afternoon.
No, not him.
Ah. Why is he upset then? Because he has to work with Rob?
How'd you go during the break? Did you have a glass of water, calm down a little bit?
No, I'm fine. I'm totally fine.
You good?
I'm absolutely good.
Okay. Well, hopefully we don't have any DCs this game, otherwise...
DC.
Angry Jakey might come back out.
No, look, honestly, I don't want to harp on it. I don't want to talk about it, but I do want to apologize for absolutely nothing. Let's move on. Final game of the day here for Oceania League. So Xenox fun fact as well coming your way, guys. Last 4 games. 7-1, 7-0, 7-0, 7-1. Do we get something a little bit different here? And I am actually talking about the very last game of Play Day 1 as well, by the way. So the last 4 coming into this one, yeah, they have been incredibly one-sided. I will say, when we kind of did our predictions coming into the studio today, I made the point, Outlast Supernova, that could be a spicy one.
No, well...
No?
No. That was like an Australianism. I was going to say, like, no, yeah, I agree.
Nah, yeah.
Nah, yeah. I do agree.
Like Vinny with his Italian coming out, you with your Australianisms coming out.
I agree. I think this match has potential to be quite close. I'm very intrigued to see President.
Oh, they got like a little
back on the roster.
Little hat glasses game going on. Bappin and President
playing dress up.
It's good that they let him back into the roster after Pinku absolutely went supernova last week.
Looks like we might have some banter in the chat for this match as well.
I hope so.
Always exciting. Double shields off the board. And so other key attacking tools will remain up, like the Dokkaebi. Grim here also probably going to be impactful. Defensively, it's the Azami off the board from Outlast Supernova. We'll see what they elect to follow that up with. Is it going to, follow the meta, or perhaps be a little bit more of a targeted selection in terms of this ban? Well, I'd say it's probably a little bit more targeted. Clash off the board, and that won't play into this particular match. Yeah, I can only assume that that's a direct counterpick on to Outlast.
So obviously, the lads on the couch were actually talking about the fact that we will run it back on console. That last week it was Supernova that pushed Game of Gladiators, and it's not even like pushed. They got out to a 5-1 lead, guys, on this very map. And there was some banter being definitely thrown around when it came to that, but GG pulled it out and eventually did win the game. But credit to Supernova, they looked incredibly impressive on this match. But then also, for Outlast, they actually beat Antic, and Antic roster that demolished Circular Spheres tonight. That was on a different map, of course, Skyscraper, but even though Supernova come into this game 0-1, they do have at least 1 point from that OT loss. They also showed quite a lot of promise last week in their game against Game of Gladiators, and of course Outlast beating Antic. This could be a big result for either of these two teams to kickstart the stage, and kind of even just looking ahead to tomorrow, by the way. We do return tomorrow.
And the day after.
And the day after. Outlast will get to play Odium, so they kind of get a decent game there, and then Supernova versus Circular Sphere. So you win this game, and suddenly then tomorrow looks pretty good as well.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Tell you, there's every chance that Outlast, look at this roster, a lot of newer names, but they could certainly have a good stage ahead of them. And for Supernova, no Pinku, no Cat Enjoyer.
I see a default camera that is still up.
It's also flashing, like someone's watching.
Bailey just saw it on drone, and it is still up.
And Bailey's dead.
Okay.
But they get the trade, maybe all part of the plan.
Still up, by the way, I think.
Maybe just lulling them into a self-sense of security.
A self-sense of security?
Yeah.
False sense of security?
Oh, something like that. I was going to say it's been a long...
It's still up! Guys, come on, please.
That's all right, leave it up. Not going to make a difference. Come on now, guys. Move on. Don't get upset.
It's funny, the two things we get upset at are very different.
You just get triggered by the in-game stuff, and I get triggered by the out-of-game stuff. Under 2 minutes to go, 4v4. Outside of the shenanigans regarding the default camera outside, and Dirty and Bailey playing off of it, we haven't really seen much inside of the building. President just holding towards meeting. Does still have all 3 gas babes available. Yeah, Mute Jammer coming his way as well, courtesy of Quixie over towards bot Spiral. Bappin might actually make contact here as we see the Rotero will blow up this deployable shield, and contact found. Ned with a little swing across the doorway gets the headshot, and that will deal with Bappin. Good start here from Outlast on the attack.
I think President's been able to sit in this position without being spotted.
Yeah, you can see from this point of view for Yentai watching the right side, as there was Nitrocell thrown from that direction. Drone's not going to catch him either.
And that drone, that Mute Jammer, was juggled to deny drones from this position. So this could be a potentially big play available to Prez. His first game of the stage.
SMG-11 though from this distance. Will be a Rotero that actually hops down the hallway as Yentai slowly makes his way in. Quixie might peek this though, indeed he will. Spots him close left and might make the call to President to play off that intel, and he does do so nicely. Good teamwork from Supernova.
Yeah, good little bait and switch there from the defense. 30 seconds then on the clock. Ned still down below on the Deimos. playmaking potential now a little bit hampered for the attack.
One close right for Relays. Had a great game last week. He throws out the EMP as a potential distraction. Doesn't do a whole lot and loses his life to the hands of Palarazi. So from a 3-3 to a 2-2, now to a 2-1. The footholds are strong though. Ned plays it well, but swinging. Oh, they actually traded, but Supernova will get the round win. Question mark from Bappin, probably just saying what's happened at the end of that round. SN will get the opening round though. Ned bait.
Yeah, I mean, Ned was in a bit of an interesting position there on the Deimos. We saw that initial jump in down below over towards Visa. Won a fight there that I'm sure Bappin would have been a little bit frustrated at. Yeah, looking back at the round, the default's still up. We saw that one.
Don't watch, guys. Close your eyes.
Yeah, this is... Ugh. This is a bit better.
That was a nice shot.
Clean shot from Ned. Then worked his way up for the late 1-for-1 trade in the 1 versus 1. So the attack, or pardon me, the defense rather wins that out with the bombs not counter diffused.
Jeez.
Clean one.
I tell you what, I mean, I know obviously Ned dies there, but he still gets that kill after, when you're thinking about there's a player prone, footholds, bottom left, then you have to like swing all the way to the doorway. It's not easy to hit that headshot, and he does do it.
Easy for him.
Easy for him. Easy for some. Certainly not for me. Did as well as he possibly could in that round, but in the end, Supernova do get the round win. I think, honestly, the big difference in that round was probably the play between Quixie and President on the mute and the smoke over towards meeting. That little combination proved to be a difference maker. Certainly a bit of pressure for President probably coming into this game after his little holiday. Unlike some, he's kept his place in the team after going on a holiday. Even though the guy that replaced him dropped like, what was it, like 12, 14 kills or something ridiculous. Pinku went nuts last week against Gaming Gladiators. But they have enough firepower in this roster that adding in a player like President, who gives them a bit more on-site defense, a bit more of an anchor, I think probably in the long run is something that will flow better on the roster. Bappin with Boss G on the Vigil, roaming around Quixie on the Capcan, as they might just go for a Glaz play here through Garage, and that's going to be an easy blitz into the corner, sit down on the butt side as Bailey makes a swift entry. Dirty has no real counter to that on the Wamai. Still pressure from above, and President could Nitrocell onto ACOG. As the smokes go up, though, that's certainly where the Glaz can be, well, impactful, but he's going for the plant. So Ned is actually now dead. I don't know if that's who you really want planting there. Play off the smokes, get the gun up, and speaking of gun up, President has done well in this round on the mirror. Suddenly Relay's the only one left, and this rush attack from Outlast has not worked out at all.
Yeah, lack of pressure up above here from the attack, allowing that plant to be denied from above.
Relays? 3?
7
HP. And down to President in a 1v1. 90 seconds, lots of time to formulate a plan of attack now for Outlast through Relays. Has a drone. Has 2, in fact.
I mean, Prez still has the mirror window to play off. Full information on the default, although
default
that will
hacked.
be hacked.
Yeah, okay. Well, he's got more than just the 2 regular drones. He's also got the clutch drones as well. Do mine. Need to get that out pretty quickly on 7 HP. So goes above. I mean, again, this is the beauty of having so much time. He's got over a minute here to try and maybe find a way to deal with this mirror window. He could even try and find a way to maybe go from behind, and also, more importantly, keep President guessing as to where he's going to enter from. But the big thing is the kit itself is over towards plant position. Drone, intel, confirms where he is, shoots from above. I think the primary goal here is definitely to try and deal with this mirror window.
And done so. Slowly chipping away at this defensive hold, but President has now been given an opportunity to reposition, but will he expect the breach?
I would just push yellow here. That's all. I would do the most random thing ever and probably just try and get into a position he wouldn't expect me. Cloud's trying to come through. Does he get any intel? You can set this up as well. Okay, bulletproof camera, more information. Don't forget, I don't know if the default got shot out here from President. It did get hacked. Gets himself in a great position. Good reposition from Prez, right? You're stagnant there. You hold behind your mirror window that's been popped, or you stay around that sort of kitchen area. You're probably not going to be in the best position. And yeah, not ranked, buddy. Hey, honestly, that's good trash talk. I like that. That's fine. Doesn't upset me.
You are a liability to work with. I think to the credit of Relays, he actually did a decent job of sort of chipping away with what he had there, trying to break down that final layer of defense. Beginning of the round, very chaotic. We saw the rush through main breach, the smoke canisters, or the smoke grenades rather, from the attack to try and facilitate that. The fuse was rather effective. Again, we do have the Monty and the Blitz banned out. I know you said it was the Blitz push forward, but more so Blitz in terms of pacing, not the operator.
Oh, yeah, true. I just honestly didn't even... It was that quick, I didn't even look the fact that we got the Blitz banned out, but it's the same attack.
It still worked.
From the POV I was watching, I was like, oh, it's like it's split, but yeah.
It was as effective as the Blitz would have been in that situation. But then going for the plant in a rather default position, first floor wasn't accounted for there by Outlast. So
you wanted more pressure in towards Piano.
No, either go deep and flood and go for picks and go for like an off-meta plant position if you're in a spot for plant. Or attack above. You had to do one or the other there. They got caught in the middle, and then Supernova denied it well.
So 2-0 start for Supernova. Outlast have not really been too awful, though, to be 0-2 down. Certainly trying to make things happen, but Supernova look pretty good on this map. President has also slotted in nicely after his holiday. He's played really well in the opening 2 rounds. And again, having someone like President who can play that sort of anchor role, when we think historically in Oceania, the likes of like Juicy or Digital, and there's plenty more to name, Fisher guy as well. President's kind of like that position, not certainly to the level of those guys, but same position to play on. And I think having someone like that on a roster that's got Quixie and Dirty and Bap and Palarazi, these guys can push out, they can frag, they can roam. To know that you've got someone who's happy to just stay back, play site, play maybe the boring positions. Certainly a positive for Supernova as a roster. Outlast struggling to find information.
So Outlast looking to chip away at above control. There are the mirror windows facing in towards these positions, though. Ned still has a shock drone in pocket that he may be able to utilize.
He's hot. For a man that's, copped a lot of crap over the years, he's playing well at the moment.
I wonder how long he's had to reacclimatize himself with the game. Probably not that long.
Not just solid hand for President. Just thinking about this one. Throws that out. Doesn't connect.
They're getting stalled out here at the attack. They haven't found a way to deal with this mirror window, which is causing problems.
I don't think Yentai has found a way to really use these boogie auto breaches either. Taking so much time to just clear above. You don't have then the time to try and deal with the floorboards and put pressure down below. There's a player down. That's Bappin. Not really in the safest of positions to get picked back up just yet. Bailey, little shoulder peek. It doesn't work out. Maybe expecting the wide swing to follow through from Dirty, who, well, for a second thought about it. Quixie loses his life in a second to follow in quick succession. The drop shot is successful from Bailey. Now into a 3 versus 1, and Outlast finally able to win these gunfights. It's down to President. He's already done a bit in this round. He's going to have to do it all in this round if they're going to find a way to win it. He does get that down onto Yentai. Creates a 1v2 temporarily. Still kit not down. In fact, it's in the hands of ACOG, and over towards Spiral navigates President. They go for the revive. Yentai is back up, down to 20 HP. Could President find a way to clutch this round as he repositions himself back up towards top floor? 20 seconds remaining. Still, the plant has not gone down. ACOG wanting to plant it in towards CO, towards default position. Hello, that's an easy one onto Yentai.
Box.
Oh, in towards box. Even I, for a split second, forgot the site was down below. That was a strange round, a strange end to the round. President really just wanted to get top floor to play off the vert, but they were all still up there with 15 seconds left.
Yeah, he was trying to catch them off guard, potentially try and, I suppose, drop that diffuser and maybe then catch any players that preemptively drop below. Time would have been a severe issue, but unfortunately for Prez, player inside of box still up there with, as you mentioned, limited time remaining in the round. And so a pretty good response there in the end from the attack. We saw that top floor hold be pretty firm for the defense for the most part. The mirror window did a decent job installing things out. But then over towards that front desk position, a lot of trades going down this moment right here. 50 seconds on the clock.
Good drop shot.
Yeah, great drop shot. And Palarazi was good for one, but then a snappy retrade. Left it in this 1 versus 3. 30 seconds in on the clock, and we saw the revive, and President makes his way forward slowly.
He makes the right play here. Absolutely makes the right play. Now, by the way, ACOG is the one that has the diffuser there at the end, and again, still over towards box, not really in a position to go for plant with 15 seconds left. So I don't know if they were anticipating President to actually make his way back up top floor, but...
Nah, they weren't.
Yeah, I actually think it was more of a hesitation in terms of their site play. Maybe Prez actually could have just been a little bit more...
Well, the third player was rotating lobby, so that's why ACOG was sitting up above. President didn't know that. And so probably expected both players to be below and play for Vertinal.
Yeah, I mean, I think Prez makes the right play, but he's probably a little bit surprised that there's still so many up there at that point in the round.
Yeah.
So technical pause, by the way. Called by Bappen. It's like, you know, you're playing on land, you get the mirror next to you, you just look over to your left, it's like your teammate, you give him a little fist bump to yourself. Hancock. I rate it. That's a good game this though, and I think certainly around that Outlast needed to get one on the board here, as they've been certainly doing well inside of the rounds, but not able to just find a win. Yentai was great last week, hasn't really been able to do a whole lot in this one. Ned, great shot in the opening round, but oh, a little wave.
Hey, Ned.
So do they know when they're actually on camera, as in like the singular POV? I actually don't know.
Not sure.
There's Bappen. Give us a flex, Bappen.
Oh, come on.
Come on. Yeah. Oh, I thought he was gonna. I saw that like right arm start to go up a bit. Thought we were gonna get one. Polarazi.
Deep in thought.
Played well last week. Now, I was actually casting the game with the wonderful James last week, and he had never heard of Polarazi, and I was convinced he played last stage. In some role, in some capacity.
Potentially a sub.
Yeah. Like, convinced I'd seen this name before at the Pro League level, and he had never heard of him. Not too far to go, hopefully, until we can get back into this one.
Do you reckon that's Ned's CPU usage on the graph? It's a bit high, but not even in game.
Well, what's the top one? Is the top one CPU? It is, right?
I think it is.
Yeah, it would be.
It's about 50%.
That's pretty high.
Might be a bit old.
He's streaming, like webcam, right? So I don't know, like.
Sure. Well, and Moss.
Yeah.
Moss does tank the CPU a bit, I believe.
So back into the game, as we fortunately don't have a full-blown rehost, but the tech issues have been sorted. 7-2 for President. I mean, he's done his job in replicating what we got from Pinky last week. He's not known as the fragger.
I was trying to frame it in a, that's why I was taking a moment. I was trying to like frame it in a way that wouldn't be a backhand compliment. But the reality is, it's pretty rare that you'll see President go positive in a match, just the nature of his role. Also quite rare that you would see him pushing towards double digits. The fact he's already on 7 kills, 3 rounds into the piece, is quite impressive.
He's played well. He's had some good impact kills as well.
Yep.
None yet for Gentai. Definitely a player that I had my eye on last week, and coming into this stage as someone who can frag out. See if he can get involved. They bring the Amaru this round though, guys, along with the Grim. The Lion certainly got some offensive prowess in the 4th round for Outlast Gaming. Certainly mindful of the fact that Supernova, of course, pushed GG to the limits last week on this map. You have to question, in this map pool, was this the right choice to allow Consulate through? We'll know by the end of this one. If I'm correct, I know I've gone Outlast. I think you went Supernova in your predictions to begin the night.
I cannot quite remember.
It's only been like 2 hours, come on. It's been hasn't been a long night.
It's a fair point. Yeah, I went Supernova.
Okay. That's good. Well, I think
I believe in Prez.
Yeah.
I believe in the Prez effect.
I'll tell you what, I just felt like the win last week for Outlast over Antic, and then we saw the Antic result again tonight. Maybe that just makes it even better for Outlast. I like what I see from this roster. Live drone. Oh, okay, nicely done from Quixie.
Oh,
bit of BM as well.
Shoot it again. Choose body again.
The irony is that drone gets away because he was too busy shooting at the floor.
It's worth the trade. The BM versus the drone. Worth it.
Good opening kill for Supernova. Well, they're going to have to hit this site hard and fast now with the Amira and the Grim combination. Flash ready to go for relays, and then maybe follow up with the grappling hook. I imagine that will be a double flash, triple flash, and then in.
Oh.
Will this work out, though? There is a player close right. He hasn't cleared it out just yet. Never mind. He actually does get the kill. Nicely done from Relays. Ironically, ends up dying to the Razor Bloom of all pieces of utility. And we will see the Thorn actually have an impact. Not one that we typically see all that often, but Bappen gets a freebie. Now into a 2 versus 3, though, in favor of Outlast, and the plant to go down from Bailey. It is that fast hit. Yellow ping information. Does this get played off from Bappen? Well, he tries to, but can't quite hit the player. Nitrocell, a little bit awry from Quixie. Loses his life to Yentai. 2 in the round for him, and this should be Outlast from here.
Yeah, site was completely vacated. Bappen committed to down below, unable to find a plant denial position. And Quixie's retake over towards Yellow Stairs also unsuccessful. 1 versus 3 and gets the first.
Nice, Bappen. Okay, winnable. 30 seconds. Got to go fast now. They're kind of split. You can create 2 1v1s.
Has info as well.
I love the fact there's a blue outline and a red outline here in a 1v2. But hey, that's Siege at the moment. Yellow ping information. He can play off of this, but he has to find out where the second player is. That's over towards CO, 1 over towards outside the balcony. Breach! Oh, the drop shot doesn't work from Yentai. Does he expect?
Too late.
For where ACOG to be, but no time. Unfortunately, too late indeed, and Outlast win the round. But not a bad effort from Bappen, but needed to go a bit quicker.
Yeah. It was always going to be tricky to do that in a timely manner. As you mentioned, though, was in position to isolate 2 1s. And had a read on one of said players. Got on the kit though, I think about 6.5 to 6.8 on the clock, so no time even if he did stick. I like this little set play from Outlast, a player down, they decide to send it. Good flashes in through the con window. Equally good Razor Bloom in response to counteract that particular play
guys,
from the Amaru.
that was Palarazzi on a Warden with triple flashes coming in, and he couldn't deal with the Amaru.
You do make a very valid point.
The Razor Bloom, though, doesn't miss.
No. The Razor Bloom can be flashed. It makes no difference.
So 2-2. Honestly, I think a very fair scoreline through the first 4 rounds of this game. Both teams have shown quite a bit, and I'm excited for, I think, these 2 rosters. While I don't look at them as, say, contenders for the major, I look at them as teams that can continue to improve this league and certainly be on, around that middle portion, top 4, fight for top 4. Certainly good quality amongst both rosters. Good for Yentai on the board now. He's got 2 kills, but it's been Relays. It's been ACOG. Ned, Bailey have all actually contributed pretty nicely as a team effort right now from Outlast Gaming. And really taking it to Supernova on a map in which they performed very well last week against Gaming Gladiators. To basement we go for the 5th round to see who can take the lead going into the final round of the half. Final game of the day. It's a quick one here in the Oceania League. 2 7-0s, a 7-1. This one, though, proving to be... It's already match of the day. Whatever happens from here.
It's the most competitive match, objectively. Yeah. I feel like there's very much potential for this match to be genuinely a close affair. Round 5 go. Oh, that is... Whoa, what is the timing on that? Relays fell off the angle the moment Quixie just walks past it without watching.
There's 2 now there as well, and Quixie's coming back for more. I don't know if that was the right play either. Like, you got away. What are you doing, Guz?
What am I doing? What is he doing? Why am I copying it?
I don't mean, what are you doing? I mean, like, what are you doing and I'm throwing at you? Come on, you didn't do anything. Quixie did though. What is Quixie doing there?
He's had a couple of bad moments in a row now, Quixie. Even on the Yellow Stairs retake last round, he got caught in a weird position.
Should have just taken that little shot to the body and just been like, oh, okay, bit of a misplay, let's just keep on moving. And he just crawls and then comes back to the window.
Yeah.
On the hunt now is Relays on the Jackal. Inox scanner active. The Deimos as well, and the Grim. Lots of information certainly can go the way of Outlast in this round. Coming up, Server Stairs is dirty though on the Wamai. Got Bappert still roaming around on that Vigil. Boss G in hand, here's the push from Dirty. It is successful. Yentai loses his life, and Relays is down as well.
You won't believe, I was literally just about to say, if you have this attacking lineup and you get flanked, something has gone seriously wrong, and right on cue, they get flanked with triple info gathering on the side of this attack, which is just insane. Don't forget the Grim as well. Yeah, certainly a little bit peculiar. They've allowed that one to slide.
He knows he's close right here. Palarazzi should be good for 1. He should be winning that one, but he doesn't. Bailey wins it out. He almost got a second, but Bappen a little bit better. Advantage still with Supernova. Default shot out from Ned as ACOG is able to find the kill onto Baffin. The kit will get picked back up. Oh no, the ETT, it's all happening. Oh, Grok, guys.
Yeah, they definitely cocked that one up. That's you're not wrong.
That was a big chicken. Oh, we have fun here. 20 seconds, 2v1. Well, we're back into this one again, but this time around, it's not quite Bappin in the 1v2. It's down Ned in the 1v2 as he makes his way down Dungeon. 15 seconds. Still there's a couple of drones, but at this point, you don't have the time. He does have the diffuser in the back of the pocket, but Dirty with a lovely swing. Here it was. Supernova will take the lead.
You got a bit red there, Jake.
I guess you could say I cocked up a bit.
Oh boy, tonight has been... I feel like we're back to good old O's.
You know what the best thing about it is immediately as I said that, he dies with an EDD. I don't know what Quixie's doing there. And honestly, Outlast then as well. You mentioned that in terms of the ability to flank, surely can't be possible. The Jackal gets out Jackaled. Yentai gets caught up above thinking he can just play Boogie Auto Breaches for free, and then the EDD, you can't park there.
I didn't even see that message. I thought that was just your call there. You're not that creative, though.
Absolutely not. Stole that one.
You do like stealing commentary lines, don't you, Jake? You have a bit of a history.
It depends if you are an avid follower of other sports. Might clue on.
Oh, boy.
Maybe I might have to steal actually one that you might be a bit knowledgeable about, but 2016 Grand Final. It involves a certain BT.
Yeah, but it also involves a naughty word. But you've already dropped a couple of those tonight, so honestly, nothing is off the cards.
So final round of the half here. Can Outlast make it 3-3? Quixie 2-5, but he is also the kind of player that could probably go and find 2-3 kills at a round. On the Mozzie, roam around, be an absolute pest himself. Yeah, called him a pest because Mozzie, pests. Mozzie's playing Mozzie.
Well, he's going for a spawn peek. Yentai does die.
I called it.
Okay. Yeah, we've seen it. Mozzie creep in a little bit here in O's so far.
6. Now this is the trash talk I like.
Quality.
Quality.
That's how it's done. How many kills is Bappin on, by the way? Can we have a look? Well, he has the highest score, so
yeah,
it's good,
5-5.
it's good enough.
He's not going negative, so that's positive. That's what I like to say. If you're not negative, you're positive. Player advantage for Supernova, already up 3-2 as well, looking to try and solidify this half and go up 4-2. That was Bappin just spotted. Drone at the feet, Razor Bloom activated, flash to come through.
Like
he doesn't go behind the desk well enough and relays. Well, a lovely little entry. Bappin now 5-6, he indeed now is negative.
Yeah, nice little pop flash to himself there, takes that ground. Dirty now forced back as well. Interesting deployable shield position.
Default. Still up. President holding, and then you got Quixie as well, service stairs. Still a lot of good map pressure here from Supernova defensively.
Yeah.
90 seconds remaining. Playing down below off of this angle. Could be good for Quixie. Not a lot of pressure down below.
This is not a common angle either.
You come through that door, you're dead.
I don't think they'll expect it. I'd be pretty surprised, but Bailey is going to drone below, actually.
Oh!
Should spot him.
Here we go. The boost!
Oh, I didn't see him.
Didn't see him! Now he sees him.
Okay.
Now he knows what they could be looking at and what they've got in terms of control towards service. Okay. Makes his way back up. Gives up that position. Still good hallway. There's a drone. Guys, look. Down the end of the hallway. Ooh. Quixie had no idea. There's a drone just staring at him near vending. Bailey gets a free kill off the back of it.
You know who's going to step up this round, or needs to step up for the defense? It's Prez. Up close, on the smoke, flushed out, but still has 3 canisters in hand, 45 seconds.
Oh, he's going to get flashed out if he's not careful as well. Holds in towards the corner. Decent amount of time. Foothold! Oh, I thought that was Prez.
So did I.
Paparazzi saves the day. Well, didn't last very long. I was going to make some kind of quip about watch out, Mr. President, but no, the President will fall. So will his defender, and now down to Dirty, but he too will fall and follow them to the grave as Outlast will make it 3-3. What a half we've had here on Consulate.
I'm kind of glad you didn't say that joke, because probably not the time or the place.
Well, to be fair,
This isn't NAL.
This is not NAL. I don't really care.
Well, 3-3
It doesn't have the same impact if I say, watch out, Mr. Prime Minister. It doesn't have the same impact. 3-3. It's very fair. Very fair result. Honestly, right now, if I had to ask you who wins it from here, you'd probably say no idea.
Well, no, I'd say Supernova because I picked them pre-game.
That's true, you did.
And I stand by my predictions.
Okay.
I may have got Circular Spheres drastically wrong tonight, but outside of that...
drastically wrong.
Yeah, intriguing half a siege. Pretty chaotic across the map, so we'll see how things now work themselves out in the second half. Round 7, top floor defense here for Outlast. Looking like a bit more of a traditional extension over towards the likes of the vending machine. We didn't see that necessarily be too much of a stronghold from Supernova. Instead, they were a little bit more reliant on the likes of the smoke up close. And I think they were just outgunned in that previous round. We saw the LMGs really come into their own. So we'll see how this more, again, traditional lineup may work out for the defense in establishing these crossfires and making the admin push across a bit more challenging. It looks like, just based on composition, Supernova on the attack are going to play into it, and their spawn position confirms it.
Interesting, they bring the Dokkaebi for Bappin. We didn't really see it in the first half at the hands of Outlast. You have 45 seconds until you get your first Logic Bomb. Not bringing the Amari for potentially swift entry into console. Front entrance at the moment, and eventually up towards the balcony to put pressure in between sites. Vulcan canisters have been placed as well from the entire New Gemmers. Just going to deny temporarily though until the secondary impact. EMP from Palarazi will allow balcony to get opened up. Entry down below from Quixie for Supernova. Does give them a little bit of map control towards basement as the rest now get to work over towards the rappel. Towards Visa.
Yeah, time really going to be critical here for Supernova. I want to try and expedite this admin clear to give them more time for the util dump on that second layer of defense over towards vending. Looks like they have initially forced Bailey back off that hold. Dirty from the roof, able to do it with front desk, so that opens up the option to push up Spiral Staircase later on in the piece, and that could be the case for Bappin, depending on which route he wants to go for. So that's both Logic Bombs as well, so they haven't wasted one just yet.
Well, that's the beauty. I think in some ways the new Logic Bomb system for Dokkaebi means that you don't inadvertently always use one at the beginning of the round.
Forces you to be a little bit more thoughtful.
New Gemma does block actually quite a lot of those phone calls for what it's worth. Only I think 2 were ringing, Yentire and Ned. Bappin making his way up service has actually got some yellow ping information.
Who is that up close? Is it Relays on the Warden?
I think is it Bailey?
No, Bailey, okay. So it can be flashed out.
Flash will force him back. I think he should be able to get safely away from this position, and Bappin doesn't even follow up.
Well, ACOG is the main man here for the defense. Deployable shield still standing with 50 seconds on the clock.
Oh, Incendiary comes out, forcing the dislodgement. Couple over towards this long desk as ACOG will get the kill on to Quixie. Opens things up now for Outlast on the defense and gives them a really good standing position here. Bailey just holding still, not pushing away. Again, second Logic Bomb rings out, still has a Nitrocell, but he goes prone with the shotgun. And they haven't even cleared vending. For all intents and purposes for Supernova, they've been really stalled out on this attack. Good swing from Bappin. Superior gunplay, F not mine, annoying, a nuisance, but dealt with. President inadvertently has left the game, but of course this one's not over yet. That one's going to be a tech pause to follow suit. Outlast win the round. And they take the lead as we get the tech pause to come through.
Oh, you're gonna go in on him? Do you reckon President actually thought they were going to win that round? Probably not.
Maybe he thought they were going to win the round so well that they were going to win the game early. No.
Yeah, look, a little bit disappointing there from Supernova. Anticipated their clear of a more default setup to actually be a little bit cleaner. They used the Incendiary to clear that position. ACOG completely vacated the shield. Wasn't caught on that rotation. Then somehow allowed back. Deployable shield was never dealt with. And so making that cross towards the objective, you know, in the face of that sort of 3-lane defense, if you want to call it that, with the angles that can be produced by the defense, that was always going to be a really rough challenge for them. So, bit of a setback for the attack. Equally, though, good defense.
Yeah. It's a difficult one to split at the moment, I think, between these two teams, because it has had that back and forth kind of feel. Both teams have had good moments. Both teams have probably had some moments they'd like to forget as well. As we wait for President to get back into the game and we can continue on. I wonder why he monitors his CPU usage.
If he monitors it.
Yeah, like why? Why has he got that up, Mookie?
Oh, is that a fish tank?
Looks like it.
Dangerously close to the PC. You wouldn't want to have a fish tank fault mid-game.
Why would you have a fish tank fault? What's going to happen?
Maybe it just explodes and then your PC's drenched in fish tank water.
Why would it explode? Why would your fish tank explode?
Stranger things have happened, Jake.
Apparently. I don't to you, apparently.
You've never seen a fish tank explode?
I've never seen a fish tank explode.
You're a lucky man.
Yeah.
Neither have I.
Man, Palarasi's got the fan on. Where's he at?
Darwin, mate.
Darwin.
He's up north.
He's up north.
Bloody 30 degrees, mate.
That's going to be all of us in a couple of months, though, down here with that summer.
Yeah.
Actually, though, it's been a bit... It hasn't really been like dry summer recently in Australia, so... I feel like the last couple of years it's been more of like a muggy, wet, humid...
I'm seeing Vin over there, Wave. How about you get on the mic, mate, and have a bit of a chat? Can we get that... Can we get that dumb production? Can we get the mic live? Bring him in. We do have a dedicated analyst for this stage, so we may as well use him.
Well, he was supposed to be doing like little halftime segments, give us his thoughts on the way the game's going. And
hello?
He's just kind of...
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
We can hear you, Vincia. How are you? Are you enjoying the game?
I'm good. I'm hearing Xenox say that I need to do more than what my job entails at the moment, and I'm not a big fan of that, so...
Well, don't listen to Jake, because he is probably the laziest person on the talent team. Always late to work as well.
Yeah, no, the game's been very interesting so
I'll
far.
have you know I've never missed match one. The bare minimum.
We almost did that one time on LATAM, but...
Oh, that was different. And you were...
So, we bring Vinny in and then we start yapping.
Yeah. Very quickly, Vincia, are you still with us?
I am.
Yeah, any thoughts on this game, mate? Because it's a close one.
Yeah, exactly that. It's very even at the moment. I think Supernova did a really good job with Prez back. I think we were a bit worried about how Prez would fit back in after Pinku's performance, but definitely holding his own. And yeah, now it's time to see if him being back will allow some more attacking round wins.
Who takes it from here?
I actually think Outlast, to be honest. I don't know if Supernova have it in them.
Okay. Well, honestly, we'll get more of your thoughts after this game concludes, of course, with you and Rob on the desk. Thanks for coming in during that little tech pause. We'll hear from you more, of course, throughout the stage.
Enjoy it, boys.
So 4-3 as we get back in for the 8th round. Thanks to Vinny for coming in for a chat. We need to do that more often, I think.
He really didn't sound like he wanted to be there, though, did he?
He didn't, though. But it's fine. He hasn't really got a choice.
No.
Once production says, hey, get on the mic.
Well, I said it.
Yeah, but you said it, then production told him to do it, and then he had to do it.
Yep.
So
it's a chain of command. No, good to get his insight. Always love having ex-pros on the desk. So.
Yep. Outlast on the defensive side now, looking to try and close this one out for what would be their second win of the stage, guys, through the opening 2 playdays, beating Antic in playday 1. Great result for them, and if they can take down Supernova, dare I say, kind of looking at the overall league, it really sets them up for that 3rd place finish. I mean, I know that's going super early, putting them behind still Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators, but by knocking off Antic, knocking off Supernova, in terms of other direct competitors, there's not too many. That 3rd place could very well be theirs if they continue to have a good stage and win the games they're supposed to win from here on out, if they can close this out. So ends up being a pretty pivotal match between these two. For Supernova, it would also mean a 0-2 start, despite the strength of this roster. Quixie, opening kill. He has started to improve. After a bit of a, damning start, it's Quixie straight in towards the backside, through Con, and actually in towards Kitchen already. They've just slipped straight in towards Sight. Oh. Bailey had no idea. Cops one in the shoulder, able to stay alive. What a shot into Ned! Quixie making swift entry. And with that, this is suddenly a very commanding round now for Supernova.
Oh,
he's won them the round.
That's clean. Wow. Seemingly out of nowhere. Able to find that control, landing some really sharp shots. Now Relays and Yentire need to hold out for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Supernova picking up the pace this time around. They'll look to snowball now with Deimos in play, and Relays well and truly be put on an island over towards Cafeteria. Can try to push out through Con, but doesn't really have much to work off.
Damos is such a snowbally operator, right? When you're winning, he can make winning even easier. Fall back. Oh, he couldn't get back in time.
Trade.
I don't hate that necessarily when you're in a 2v4 situation. You're getting death mark tracked. They know where you are. You want to try and make something happen. Stuck over towards Kitchen at the moment now for Yentai, and they're all just running around. Does get the kill onto President. Makes it a 1v2. Makes this a little bit nerve-wracking, but no. Bappen gets the headshot. Little teabag, and suddenly Supernova fight back. It's 4-4.
Yeah, great work there from Quixie and being able to crack open the round. We were, I think, rightfully critical of him a little bit earlier on in the match. He had a couple of moments that were certainly questionable and put his team on the back foot.
I don't watch Quixie entry again. We didn't really... I mean, this is actually, by that point, already pretty deep into the round. He was just straight into sight.
Yeah. I mean, it was eventually traded from up above, but damage already done. Bappen hits a really nice trade bot spiral there to make sure the round is confirmed with confidence, and so it was.
Too much damage done.
I mean, maybe that's the game plan for Supernova, right? Because we saw in the last round they go for a much slower, admin across, very structured, made some big faults in the shield clear. If they can look to just full lean into quick entries and lurks, etc., that might actually be the play for them.
I think in theory it's not supposed to work though, because if you haven't cleared up above, even if you get site control, if you don't have the vert, it becomes very difficult. But when you go in and kill 3 players, you've done most of the work at that point, right? You don't have to worry too much about vert. And I do like the response actually from Outlast to put relays onto the Oryx, maybe to just try and get a bit of that map control, move around a little bit more freely. Top floor to bot floor, back and forth.
5 seconds remaining.
Try and stall them out a little bit. Good information off the Vault cams as well for ACOG. And
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
all said and done though, the Nook here for Quixie could actually be a really strong counter if he wants to kind of keep that pace going.
Yeah, he's been involved in a lot of entry battles. He's been involved in the last 5 in this matchup, won out 3 of them.
Last 5 in a row?
Yep.
Wow.
He's been on the receiving end of 2. Funnily enough, both to ACOG. So it could be a potential duel between the 2 here in round 9. Wait and see. ACOG, of course, on the Valkyrie for this particular round, but is second floor. Oryx could be a dangerous factor for the attack to deal with. Currently all the way in basement. And Relays will have the ability to quickly rotate up hatches if required as well.
Yeah, it goes both ways though as well. Relays does need to be careful of Supernova moving around the building, getting map control that he's not quite aware that they've already, say, acquired. But it's back to kind of this Visa repel game and the entry now from Palarazi on the Ram. So it's almost like bringing it just back a little bit. Logic Bomb rings out about as early as you possibly can there on the Dokkaebi this time. Not ideal if he relays, by the way, but he's basement, so that wouldn't have been hurt. Quixie has no idea. So if he has contact towards yellow, expect for relays to make his way up, and that could be an opening kill for Outlasters. The push forward from ACOG is successful. Had intel on Palarazi's position towards managers, and suddenly Quixie maybe has an idea that there is actually one pushing below. Call rings out. Relays, I think this time around, audibly would have been in range of Quixie. Oh, what a shot. Plays off the yellow ping. Tries to make his way down yellow. Relays should have got that kill. The way that Quixie was kind of running down. Ned finds one onto Bappen, though, elsewhere. And Relays is doing enough, though, to keep Quixie at bay.
Yeah, I think he just hesitated for a split moment. Proved costly. Now needs to be mindful that he doesn't get caught off guard. Wins that fight.
Wow.
And with it, probably the round.
Yeah, that was a bit of a damning moment there. Relays ends up winning it out. The Oryx pick does look now very shrewd in its selection. Down to Dirty and President. White Flash just momentarily keeping Ned blind. Dirty can't fight an angle. No more logic bombs. The swing from President. The fragger in President. Big kill to take out Ned on the mirror. But he's still got that Oryx roaming around. You've got ACOG over towards bot. In basement and garage as well, 25 seconds, not a lot of time, still need to drop below, get the plant down. It's too much to clear. So little time, and they know that Relays is roaming around. Vulcan canister exploded, delaying the ability to even just push in and help out President, who wanted to get into Piano. Outlast, retake the lead. Well worked round.
Yeah, solid work there on the roam game from Outlast. ACOG able to push forward and find one on the top floor. Oryx continued to have perceived pressure as well throughout the round. So Relay is doing a really good job at, staying alive, albeit missing that trade, but it didn't really matter in the end. Good push forward initially there from Quixie, but didn't look to then take site control with that. Didn't have much of a read, and that's sort of understandable, and perhaps they were wary again of that Oryx flank potential. Either way, though, numbers whittled down, so did time. Flames stalling out the push. And Supernova now have a bit to ponder during this tactical timeout, because this game has been far from smooth sailing for them.
Well, it hasn't really been smooth sailing for either team. It's really just going to come down to who has the sheer will to kind of get their team over the line, who can make the big moments count. This is going to be the kind of game where it comes down to these little individual moments. 5-4 on the scoreline, not many rounds to really go in this unless we go to OT. You can have a bad game, but if you can have a good couple of rounds to the end here and really make something happen, then you could, really help out. So if you've started a little bit slow, don't, hang your head. To be fair, you kind of look at across the board for Outlast, everyone has either been performing well enough. It's really Dirty, who's the only one that stands out statistically in terms of the KDA department, 3-8. So if you kind of look to him and you say, well, maybe Supernova's got a little bit more firepower that they could unlock. He's going to go on the Twitch. You can have a bad game, but can you have a good couple of rounds? That's all that's required of you right now going into the 10th and beyond. Outlast not too far away, though, from being able to find just their second win in 2 games. What would be a dream start to the stage.
Pew, pew, pew. Oh, we're back. So striker in play then for Pelarazi here, round 10. We'll see what kind of an impact that may have in the utility department. Looks like he's running impact EMPs and probably some kind of throwable in combination with that. I'd love to be able to tell you, but I can't until we spectate. And I'd make that assumption with secondary hard breaches on the hands of the Capital and President. Able to open up above. Elsewhere, Quixie joining admin side, and with the line in place and crowd control available here for Supernova. Now, last time out, they found it very difficult to transition this control from admin across towards the objective. Getting admin itself was, fine. But clearing the shield over towards vending proved to be a challenge. Now, floor is in play this time around, and the shield actually not standing, if there was one in play.
It's floating box. Oh.
But I don't think there would have been, so... Bit of a different setup here from Outlast. Maybe looking to play a little bit more towards the backline. Probably anticipated the counter pick or counter play here from Supernova.
Has the Nook worked well? Do you think we've seen it a little bit from Supernova? Don't know if we've really seen it have such a large impact, though. Remember the old days when you'd cook it and it exploded?
Would have been a kill.
Would have been a kill. Instead of just gravity. Just drops back down. Couldn't get it trapped in the floorboard.
He's gonna die too. Oh, maybe not.
There's a good position for relays.
Oh. You're dead.
Whoa, Bappen. He makes his...
Oh my dude. His life flashed before his eyes.
It did. It certainly did. As Outlast, you would think, have now secured themselves match point round up to 5v2 in the 10th.
They're really struggling on this side, and we saw it even without Prez in the last play day again. Meeting proving to be a challenge.
Good shot, Dirty. Didn't have the vision, but he still gets the kill.
Not going to be enough though, 16 HP to hold the cross. Good luck. No flashes, can't even support Prez if you wanted to.
It's going to be like the last round where, again, these flames, once they spread out, so difficult to push through these doorways. Both doorways, in fact, are completely flamed out. It's going to be causing the secondary hard breach used here from President to maybe find another angle of attack. That's a good kill from Dirty. Brings it
to a
3, now 2v2. Now brings it to at least a 1v2 with 12 seconds left from President to try and follow up the work set by Dirty. There is one close left. He's going to have to get this kill quickly, but no, Relays swings a little bit better. A good little moment there from Dirty, but he had so much that needed to be done, so little time. Match point for Outlast.
Yeah, I think for Supernova, it's back to the workshop. Specifically on that site for their attacks here on Consulate, because that's now back-to-back play days, even with the addition of Prez, that they're really struggling on that site. Getting admin fine, but transitioning to site control has just been what a disaster.
What a drop-off in some ways for Supernova, where last week they pushed Gaming Gladiators all the way to 15 rounds, and this particular play day, same map, very different result. That was a team killer. That's not on Quixie, by the way. Palarazi doesn't need to swing that. We saw it actually beautifully from that POV. Like the Palarazi just literally just walked right into his shooting. So I don't know. That's not Quixie's fault in my mind. Relays and ACOG though both have been very good. Another performance from Relays, played well last week in the win against Antic. I don't know if you have his stats from last week, but this would be a big win for Outlast and for Supernova, back to the drawing board. Still 2 opportunities though for Supernova on the attack, and of course I think it was last week actually Supernova got 5 of their rounds on the defense against Gaming Gladiators, so just confirming that now, actually. Indeed, I was right. They only got 2 attacking round wins for a game that went 15 rounds, so of course OT, etc. But it definitely feels like attacking on Consulate has been the struggle for Supernova.
Relays numbers you wanted, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, highest DPS, 130.
There you go. Well,
13-9 last week against the old Antic.
It's backed it up here against Supernova in a pretty cutthroat game. One to keep an eye on as the stage continues. So the Glaz play now for Supernova to try and formulate a plan of attack. Last time out, they threw out all the smokes, but the Glaz wasn't really holding to watch those smokes. He was going for the plant. I don't think it worked out really well. I think it actually might have been either Supernova or Outlast who did that. I think it was actually Outlast in the first half.
Oh, Bailey's going to get caught here, I think, by Quixie. Might be a little bit dependent on timing.
Ooh, definitely a bit of wariness here from Ned. What was the other one on the other side that Quixie was potentially ready to fire onto? It's not going to actually be basement for Bappin on the Glaz in through lobby. In fact, a different approach here from Supernova. Whether it works or not, we'll have to see. Bappin does find a kill. Reaching charge to open up the castle barricade, but Yentai catches out Quixie, who had good position in basement.
Yeah, this is a strange approach from Supernova. Flushing out this first floor position. ACOG drops the diffuser. Dirty and Prez to try and hold on to the match.
Yeah, I think we might be wrapping this one up. Dirty, though, he has been starting to hit some really good shots in the previous round. Now in this one, keeps it alive. 2 versus 2. They are both low. They've still got the kit. Oh, from below. Ned catches him through the floorboards, and that's going to be Dirty down. President really needed that helping hand. And for the second round in a row, finds himself in a 1 versus 2 with 35 seconds left. Mr. President, what have you got for us?
Prez on cam was cleared. President back in for this playdate. The match now on his shoulders. A lot of pressure to try and break down this defense. 2 players left, 20 seconds on the clock.
It's not a lot of time. At this point now, you can play time. If you're Outlast, you can just get him into a position where he has to try and stick the plant. Here's another camera following you the whole way down. The flames in front of his very eyes. Please do not peek, Ned. Never, ever a need to. There's no time remaining. Game is done. GG's come out. 7-4 win. Outlast. Indeed, outlast their opponents here on Consulate and find a second win from 2 playdays. This team, I tell you what, guys, they're looking very good for this particular stage of the Oceania League. One to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've garnered a lot of respect from this particular match and their performance. They're able to really tidy things up, I think, throughout that second half. and overall played some really solid Siege. In contrast, though, probably back to the drawing board a little bit for Supernova on Consulate.
Yeah, a little bit to work on.
Yeah, I'm keen to see what they have to offer on other maps.
Yeah, I mean, great play day overall. A speedy one, and a good way to finish it, at least with a nice win from Outlast, their second from 2 attempts. Not a bad way to start the stage under their new organization. That is, of course, the play day done. We'll wrap things up on the couch.
Thank you very much for that, Xenox and Co. A good matchup for, but I would say both rosters. I don't think that there was a necessarily poor showing from either team.
I think Supernova will be a little disappointed. Obviously,
Sure.
they've played this map once. They might go back thinking that perhaps they showed too much that first week, and now they've brought it into the second week. And yeah, I thought with Prez, maybe they would have a bit more success from their attacks. But yeah, just seems to be the same issues as last week.
Yeah, where is this coming from on the attack? It just feels like there's not as much venom as what we might hope for.
Yeah, well, Consulate's like a fairly tough attacking map. There's a lot to get done, and I think Outlast did a good job of sort of controlling the pace on their own defenses and just making them come into the building and really force fights, so able to win those 1v1s.
And I guess looking at maybe more so onto Outlast, I mean, this is 2 for 2 now, 2 considerably large teams. This was, reminder for those watching from stage 1, this was the second and third best team we had last stage. They've taken down Antic, they've taken down Supernova. Now it's kind of like, I feel like from here on out, the world's their oyster. And on that note, not sure who we've got for an interview. I just heard a muffled voice in my ear, so let's welcome him in. It's Bailey.
Of course it's Bailey.
It's Bailey. No. I don't know why I expected any different. I'll be completely honest with you, Bailey. This is going to be a weird way to intro the interview, but when we spoke to you last week, I thought there was a bit of you fronting, saying that we are going to be one of the best teams and that, you know, we're here to compete. I thought that was just going to be the one-off, but today's performance has well and truly shown all of us here on the casting desk, pretty much anyone in production, that you guys are a serious contender for playoffs now and possibly even to push into BO3s. I mean, what's going on? Where has this team really come from and how are you so competitive?
I mean, we're not here to play, we're here to win. I don't know. The other team, they've spent their whole week playing ranked, and we've spent a whole week scrimming. So I think we just had the edge in the server today. I keep getting banned from ranked because I keep disconnecting and I can't join back. So I've had nothing else to do but scrim and watch VODs. Yeah. Yeah,
talking on watching VODs, obviously they played Consulate last week. How much of that preparation came from their match?
We weren't actually expecting to get that map, so the preparation we did was about as soon as the veto happened, which wasn't too much, and we actually were just watching a different VOD, just trying to mimic a playstyle from a different region. So no, we never even looked at the Bliss VOD, only when we watched it live, which we didn't like look at it to analyze it, just to watch it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, look, that's 2 of the top 3 teams taken out from stage 1. So clearly there is something here. There is a mismatch in our thoughts on where this team's going to end up and where you guys know you are. So my question is, for the remaining play days, I mean, these are really the 2 big giants out of the way, outside of Gaming Gladiators, of course. Is the overall goal, is it now to finish second or first? Is that the only goal you've got?
It's definitely reachable, and getting second or first would be really good because you get straight to the semis.
Yeah.
So I'd say we're definitely pushing towards that because most teams are just not too fussed about the BO1s, but if we have the opportunity to get second, then we're definitely going to work for it.
Yeah.
That'll be a lot helpful if we're trying to play style.
Yeah, obviously you've taken down second and third place from last stage, but you still have the Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators games to come. What do you guys feel like you need to sharpen up before coming into those big matchups?
I think today we didn't even play our best. I think a lot of the rounds that the other team won were based off our mistakes, just like letting people walk into sight and stuff like that. So it's just like the basic things we've got to work on. And then once we've got all that sorted, I think we should be pretty fine to challenge the other 2 big teams.
It seems like there's a very large amount of confidence coming from yourself, but obviously the roster in the server, there doesn't look like a lot of second guessing. My final question to you, Bailey, who's kind of leading this team? Is it you? Is there someone else at the helm? What's going on?
Do you mean like sort of like IGL or?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've always found the IGL leadership to be 2 sides of the same coin, but in terms of like who's setting the pace, who's setting the tone for the roster? Does it come from the IGL or does it come from someone else?
I'd say Ned does like most of the calling, but I don't know. We're like, when you think of our team, you don't really think of like a particular player. We're sort of just like a 5-man of Thanos's. So I don't know. We just lead ourselves. I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah.
Well, when we get the first pick, that definitely like sets the pace for our whole team. That's like a big confidence boost in the server.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's great to see how humble you are, Bailey. Do you have any final comments before we let you go?
Just shout out the coach, Nato. He's a really good coach. He was working with Antic before Tuhan disbanded them. So now he's working with us and he's doing really well, helping us win. Shout out the org, of course. They've been really nice.
Yeah.
Shout out the desk, of course.
No, don't shout us out. You can shout Vinny out. There's no point shouting me out, mate. I'm just part of the furniture nowadays. But Bailey, look, seriously, congratulations on your first 2 opening matches. A huge tone has been set for the remainder of the season, so we look forward to watching it unfold.
Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow and the next day.
Oh, I love it. See you, mate.
That's it.
It's perfect confidence from a young man who has a lot to prove. Coming into this stage, there was a big shadow following him everywhere he went. And now I feel like it's kind of washing away. Like the sins of the past are now kind of, they're almost dissipated.
Yeah, definitely got caught up in a little bit of drama after stage 1, just a little bit. But yeah, he's done all the right things since then. He's kept his nose clean. He's put together this roster that I've actually putting together some really good results.
Yep.
He said towards the end of the interview, they really get like their pace of the round based on the opening kill, and we saw that in the second half. I think they had 4 out of the 5 opening kills, and they converted every one. So definitely the way that I think this team is going to continue to play throughout the stage. And yeah, I mean, you can't really ask for a better start than the one they have.
No, you can't. And what's quite ironic about that comment is in the first half, not a single opening kill on either team, and it went 3-3. Not a single opening kill was converted. So the Oast League continues to absolutely baffle me. But honestly, like Outlast and their performances both last Monday and now today have really just blown away expectations. And maybe people are sitting there listening to the interview going, oh, geez, you kind of been a bit rough to a team that just won against Supernova. But seriously, the expectation for Outlast coming into this is they might be on the cusp of playoffs. You know, they're going to have to really fight for every point. This almost secures playoffs, just their opening 2 games. And the reason I say it is just because it's against the 2 hardest teams. They've only got 4 games left. 2 of them are against... Okay, the 2 games, it's half-half. 2 of the games are going to be against the toughest opponents that they will have played maybe ever. And then the other 2 games are going to be against teams that we now know they're going to take points from.
Exactly right. So basically they've put themselves in the best position in terms of beating those mid-tier teams that we know are also going to be fighting for those playoff spots. Obviously we've got Odium and Prodigy still to play against them.
Yeah.
And then Chiefs and Gaming Gladiators. But as we said before, the BO1's not always the most important. Even if they drop those 2 games against Gaming Gladiators and Chiefs, as long as they pick up the points they need from the other 2, easy as, and then they can start focusing on those BO3s.
Easy as, brother.
I mean, the way that Bailey was talking, it sounded like that's what he thought.
It did. Well, I mean, look, you've got to have full confidence in yourself, and maybe that's where some of the drama stemmed from as well last time we saw Bailey is the confidence that he exudes. But to be perfectly honest, you come into this league with 4 unknown gunners and Bailey, who we've only seen really once or twice before, and you're always going to have... there's always going to be an element of doubt in their performances. They've just absolutely wiped away all doubt. And the standings are going to show it the results are going to show it from today's matches. That victory now puts them just absolutely out of the conversation in terms of, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to continue performing? I think they've answered all the questions.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, like we said, this is the best position they can put themselves in given the matches they've had so far. We obviously saw today that every game went 0-7, 0-7, 7-1. So even though this was a closer one, we thought it was probably going to be a closer one. They still had to close it out, and that second half defense was really strong from them. They did everything right, and yeah, just not able to get the job done for Supernova in terms of bringing Prez back in. We thought maybe on the attack they might be a bit stronger, but yeah, I don't know. It just wasn't their day today.
No, and, look, so be it. These things will happen. but it's more about what we see from them for the remainder of the stage. And that goes for all of the teams. Just because Antic 7-0 today doesn't mean that it wipes away the 4-7 loss from last week against Outlast. It just doesn't work like that. We look at this as a collective whole and we start to go, okay, where are these pieces going to place on the board by the end of this stage? I think we're starting to get a really good idea. For me, it's really the number one question is, where is Outlast going to finish? Are they going to be able to top a Game and Gladiators? Are they going to be able to shock a Chiefs? Honestly, at this point, Vinny, I'm not convinced either way.
It's definitely not what we expected, was it? We had our very kind of, Game and Gladiators Chiefs at the top power rankings before the stage started.
Yep.
But now we're looking at something almost completely different. Obviously, Odium still towards the bottom, but Circular Spheres taking up that 7th place spot, something we did not expect at all. And they haven't played against Gaming... No, they haven't played against Gaming Gladiators yet, so they've still got a very tough match ahead. And yeah, I don't know where they're going to pick up more points. It seems like they're really struggling to start with. And yeah, I don't know. I like you said, there's no way really of knowing where this ladder is going to finish.
No, like just to kind of double down on that point, with Circular Spheres lost against Antic, we now they've got to take points from Odium. They've got to take it from Prodigy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
not easy. Really not easy.
It's like you're looking at the rest of the league going, what else are they going to be able to do? But Vinny, we are pretty much ready to close up shop. Any final comments on today?
Not really. I don't know. I don't know how you describe today.
It's strange.
3 7-0s. I don't know if there was much even analysis to be done. The strong teams taking out the opposition that they needed to. And yeah, that last game was a bit more of a nail biter towards the middle, but in the end, yeah, just too strong.
Well, let's hope we get a little bit more clarity with our matches tomorrow, because it is going to be a super week. Tomorrow and then Wednesday, it's all back to back to back. Your favorite league is coming to you live every single night or morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. But for now, that is all we have time for. We'll be running it back tomorrow night. We'll see you then.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Breakdown.